the Committee on Finance, the committee, it's on, testing. The Committee on Finance is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, please call a roll and read today's agenda onto the record.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden.
Present.
Senator Blyden, present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., present. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Senator Saru, absent. Senator Kurt A. Vialet. Senator Vialet, absent. Mr. Chair, you have 2 present, 5 absent.
Madam Clerk, please mark Senator DeGraff as present.
Mr. Chair, you have 3 present, 4 absent.
And I would also like to recognize the presence of Senator Novella Francis. Thank you, Senator Francis, for being here. Madam Clerk, are there any correspondence to be read to the record?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed.
Correspondence dated August 17th, 2022. The Honorable Kurt Vialet, Chairperson, Committee on Finance, Legislature of the Virgin Islands, 3022 Estate Golden Rock, Christiansted, St. Croix, Virgin Islands. Dear Chairperson Vialet, please accept this letter as a formal notice of my absence to today's Committee on Finance meeting, which is scheduled to begin at 9 a.m. in the Fritz Lewet's Legislative Conference Room on St. Croix. Thank you for your consideration in this matter. Kindest regards, Donna Fred Gregory, President, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Okay, please mark Senator Fred Gregory as excused.
Mr. Chair, you have 3 present, 3 absent, 1 excused.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can you please read today's agenda onto the record?
The Committee on Finance Fiscal Year 2023 budget hearing for Wednesday, August 17th, 2022 at 9 a.m. in the Fritz E. Lewet's Legislative Conference Room, Christiansted, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands. The Committee on Finance will receive testimony on the proposed fiscal year 2023 executive budget for the government of the Virgin Islands of the United States. At 9 a.m., Election Systems of the Virgin Islands and Board of Elections. Invited testifiers, Caroline Fawkes, Supervisor of Elections, Election System of the Virgin Islands. Raymond Williams, Chairman, Board of Elections. At 12:30 p.m., the Virgin Islands Energy Office. Invited testifiers, Kyle Fleming, Director. At 2 p.m., the Department of Agriculture. Invited testifiers, Positive T. A. Nelson, Commissioner. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of today's agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I see we have in our Supervisor Fawkes and Board Chair Williams. Good morning, and can you please put your name for the record, and then we can proceed with the testimony.
Good morning, Honorable Vice Chair Marvin Blyden, Caroline Fawkes, Supervisor of Elections.
Good morning.
Good morning, Raymond J. Williams, Chairman of the Board of Elections, Virgin Islands.
Good morning. We do not have anyone virtually, am I correct?
That's correct, Senator.
Okay, well, I will let you go first, Supervisor Fawkes, and then Board Chair Williams will conclude. You don't have any?
Not really.
Okay, very well. You may proceed.
Good morning, Honorable Vice Chairman Marvin Blyden, distinguished
For the record, I'm not the Vice Chair.
okay.
Senator Donna Fred Gregory, the Vice Chair.
Oh, okay, I
But
wasn't
nonetheless,
sure
you may
since you're
proceed.
sitting in the seat there. Okay. Marvin Blyden, Honorable. Other members of the Committee on Finance, other members of the 34th Legislature, members of the press, the viewing and listening audience. I am Caroline Fawkes, Supervisor of Elections, a certified election registration administrator. Appearing with me today is the Board of Elections Chairman, Raymond J. Williams, also a certified election registration administrator. It is an honor to appear before you to present the election systems of the Virgin Islands Fiscal Year 2023 proposed budget, which includes the Board of Elections and the Office of the Supervisor, along with our accomplishments, challenges, and goals. The election system of the Virgin Islands was created through Act 936 on February 20th, 1963, by the legislature of the Virgin Islands. The authority of the election system of the Virgin Islands is derived from Title 18 of the Virgin Islands Code. The Board of Elections is the policy-making body of the election system of the Virgin Islands. The Board of Elections consists of 14 members elected from the St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix districts for a 4-year term. In the St. Thomas, St. John district, 2 members must be a resident of St. John. The Board of Elections members are Chairman Mr. Raymond Williams, Vice Chairwoman Atanya Springett, Secretary Liliana Pilado de O'Neill, the members Alicia Wells, Lisa Harris Moorhead, Ifani Joseph, Barbara Jackson McIntosh, Arturo Watlington, Jr. Esquire, Angeli Leardam, Lydia Hendricks, Frederick Espinosa, Harriet Mercer, Shakima Jones, and the replacement board member, Attorney Michael A. Joseph. During the last year, we have lost many. We lost one of our board members of over 8 years, Mr. Glenn Webster, and a former St. Croix staff, Miss Angela Roberts, a high school classmate of mine. From the St. Thomas, one of our poll workers, Mr. Jerry Thomas. May their souls rest in eternal peace. The Office of the Supervisor of Election is charged with the day-to-day administration of the election system of the Virgin Islands. One of our main responsibilities is assuring that the Virgin Islanders' voice are heard clearly through the election process. These responsibilities include training election officials, qualifying candidates for elections, administering campaign finance, managing the territory-wide voter registry, hiring and training poll workers, acquiring and equipping polling places, registering voters and issuing voter information cards, removing voters from the registered voter rolls who no longer live in the Virgin Islands of the United States, those that are deceased or for any other reason are no longer eligible to vote in the Virgin Islands of the United States. Change information and registered voter rolls when a change request is received, example for name, address, party affiliation. Send advance notice of election to voters who are overseas, in the military, or who request notification. Accept mail ballots requests and send, receive, and verify mail ballots. Qualify candidates for territorial offices. Prepare for the execution of all elections, testing of all voting equipment, mandate election audits, and collect certified election returns from the Board of Elections. Our mission is to conduct reliable, accessible, secure, and transparent elections and accurately maintain voter registration records for the Virgin Islands citizens. I would like to share highlights from an article I read on the function of elections. Our commitment to our voters, the staff commits to excellence in maintaining up-to-date, accurate voter registration rules to provide fair and equal opportunities for all qualified voters to participate in the democratic process. Elections make a fundamental contribution to democratic governance. Because direct democracy, a form of government in which political decisions are made directly by the entire body of qualified citizens. It is impractical in most modern societies. Democratic government must be conducted through representatives. Elections enable voters to select leaders and to hold them accountable for their performance in office. Accountability can be undermined when elected leaders do not care whether they are re-elected or when, for historical or other reasons, one party or coalition is so dominant that there is effectively no choice for voters among alternate candidates, parties, or policies. Nevertheless, the possibility of controlling leaders by requiring them to submit to regular and periodic elections helps to solve the problem of succession in leadership and thus contributes to the continuation of democracy. Moreover, where the electoral process is competitive and forces candidates or parties to expose their records and future intentions to popular scrutiny, elections serve as a forums for the discussion of public issues and facilitate the expression of public opinion. Elections thus provide political education for citizens and ensure the responsiveness of democratic governments to the will of the people. They also serve to legitimize the acts of those who wield power, a function that is performed to some extent even by elections that are non-competitive. Elections also enforce the stability and legitimacy of the political community. Like national holidays, commemorating common experiences, election links citizens to each other and thereby confirm the viability of the polity. As a result, elections help to facilitate social and political integration. Finally, elections serves as a self-actualizing purpose by confirming the worth and dignity of the individual citizens as human beings. Whatever other needs voters may have, participation in an election serves to reinforce their self-esteem and self-respect. Voting gives people an opportunity to have their say and through expressing partisanship to satisfy the need to feel a sense of belonging. Even non-voting satisfies the need of some people to express their alienation from the political community. For precisely these reasons, the long battle for the right to vote and the demand for equality in electoral participation can be viewed as the manifestation of a profound human craving for personal fulfillment. Whether held under authoritarian or democratic regimes, elections have a ritualistic aspect. Election and the campaigns preceding them are dramatic events that are accompanied by rallies, banners, posters, buttons, headlines, and television coverage, all of which call attention to the importance of participation in the event. Candidates, political parties, and interest groups representing diverse objectives invoke the symbols of nationalism or patriotism, reform or revolution, past glory or future promise. Whatever the peculiar national, regional, or local variations, elections are events that by arousing emotions and channeling them towards collective symbols, break the monotony of daily life and focus attention on common fate. I would like to recognize and thank the 12 phenomenal, knowledgeable, experienced, and driven election staff, creme de la creme. See Appendix A or organizational chart. Office of the Supervisor proposed 2023 budget. Today, I am here before this body to make a compelling request for your support of our budget proposal. The proposed budget for fiscal year 2023 is $2,735,725. An estimate of 40% of the budget is spent on salaries and fringe benefits, 48% on other services and charges, which includes professional services, rental of land and building, capital outlays, security, to name a few. 5% on communications, 3% on supplies, and utilities 4%. And there's a chart with our breakdown. For FY 2023, the budget proposal is as follows. Personnel services and fringe benefits, $1,094,290. Supplies, $82,071.75. Other services and professional services, $1,313,148. Communications, $136,786.25. And utilities, $109,429. The requested budget is an increase of $335,725 from the 2022 budget. Here are some of the equipment or service where this funding will be required to materialize. 2 committee and boards for the training rooms and conference rooms of the elections office, St. Croix and St. Thomas. An estimated cost of $15,000. Replacement of the 2 District 2014 vans. Upgrade to a mobile voting van with the ability to register, conduct voting machines demonstrations, and obtain a voter's identification card on site. We are requiring the van provide a lift ramp to load and unload the voting machines. The estimate for 2 new replacement vehicles is about $600,000. Based on the cost, we have to purchase 1 van in FY 23 and the other the following year. We have contacted the Colorado and Georgia election offices since they have similar vans, and we are awaiting responses and specifications. I have also reached out to another company that designed a van for the Frederiksted Health Clinic. They will be providing us an estimate in the near future. We will utilize these vans to increase our presence in the community, providing on-site voter registration and demonstration, community to community. C, increase in professional services contract costs due to increase in the amount of voting equipment on hand. Educational campaign on active and inactive media advertising regarding how a voter status changes from active to inactive and how to prevent this process. We will also post in this voting list of those registered that's pending status change. Estimated cost, $50,000. As of August 1st, 2022, the Office of the Supervisor has expended $2,016,872.69, 84% of its budget. In May 2022, the election system of the Virgin Islands received another Help America Vote federal grant for cybersecurity training. The awarded grant amount was $200,000. This grant is combined with the prior year cybersecurity grant with the addition of the $200,000 in May 2022. The current balance is $352,289. Only a certain percentage of the grants can be utilized to support an election, with a federal position on the ballot. The election system of the Virgin Islands have always expended 100% of all grant award funding under my leadership in accordance with the federal mandates. I have successfully closed out 2 grants thus far, 2012 and the 2020 CARES Act grants. This new grant will expire on September 30th, 2027. Registered voters. The total number of registered voters by district are St. Croix, 26,265, St. Thomas, 26,136, St. John, 2,292. The total registered voters are 54,632 as of August 12th, 2022. And also there's a chart there along with the appendix that was shared. We continue to encourage all citizens to register to vote and participate in the electoral process. I would like to take this time to address the shortage of funding to conduct the 2022 general elections. We are still operating within the COVID protocol. These expenditures were not existing in the 2018 elections. The hand washing stations, personal protective equipment, masks, sanitizing supplies, and janitors on site to clean every machine and restroom facility after each individual usage, just to name a few additional expenses. We even utilized general funds from the Office of the Supervisor account. Today, I am placing on the record, we will need an additional supplemental of at least $125,000 for the general election and a proposal of $350,000 if we must conduct a runoff election, after bearing the cost of the primary election. The election system of the Virgin Islands is still processing election day invoices. 99% of the funds are expended, which includes early voting and election day preparation. St. Joseph Church, some poll workers, trucking companies, and other vendors are still unpaid. This is due to the fact after a mission is complete, some vendors must create the quote and invoice within their accounting system and varying billing cycles. The primary expenditures to date are as follows. Advertising and promotion, $32,104.95. Printing and binding, $9,826.50. Transportation, $1,400. Rental machines and equipment, $10,850. Repairs and maintenance, $1,278.75. Professional services, $25,485, which include ballots, catering, rental of voting centers, and security. Communications, we had to get MiFis, $1,410. Other services, $66,858.69, for a total of $149,213.89. Funding used from the Office of the Supervisor General Funds, $47,673. The Board of Elections proposed FY23 budget. The Board of Elections is requesting $344,660 for fiscal year 2023 as follows. Personnel services, $75,760. Fringe benefits, $46,920. Supplies, $10,000. And other services and stipends, $211,980. 35% of the Board of Elections budget is expended on salaries and fringe benefits for the administrative assistants, stipends, supplies, voter education outreach, legal fees, and election-specific training and certification at Election Center. Chairman Williams will expound on additional board-specific budgetary requests and Board of Elections accomplishments. Accomplishments: I would now like to share our fiscal year 2022 accomplishments. We kicked the year off hosting Congressman Rodney Davis, ranking member of the Committee on House Administration, along with General Counsel, Deputy Staff Director Caleb J. Hayes, on the Oversight Committee of the Elections Assistant Commission at the St. Croix Elections Office on January 4th, 2022. Congressman Davis has spent the better part of 2021 traveling the country as part of his Faith in Elections project to learn more about our country's various local election administration systems and processing, and in his words, to shine a light on the good work election administrators across the country do. He has been very engaged and visited election offices across the U.S. to hear about the challenges in election administration. We were excited he decided to visit the Virgin Islands. He also met with Delegate to Congress Stacey Plaskett. He left with a greater knowledge on the history of the Virgin Islands, the people, and their culture. B, we purchased the Next Gen e-poll books on August 10, 2021, and conducted a board members and staff training in November and December. We implemented their use during the early voting period for the first time. This allows us to communicate and send data to all e-poll books deployed and to the election systems offices. This allowed us managers to view the real-time data and discontinued the call-in reports from the judges. These e-poll books share real-time data with the Express Vote Connect, a website-based service allowing election administrators to monitor polling locations and proactively resolve issues. From this system, we can obtain various election data, such as the percentage of turnout, the type ballots used, the age of the voters who voted, etc. C, many of the board members and Mr. Terrell Alexandre attended the International Association of Government Officials Conference in June 17th to the 24th, 2022, at Indian Wells, California. The International Association of Government Officials is the leading organization for government officials, fostering excellence in public service through education, innovation, and networking. Mr. Alexander took his last course to complete the Certified Public Leader program. I take this opportunity to publicly congratulate him. D, we purchased 3 vehicles, a used Toyota Tacoma truck for the St. John staff and to be used during elections to get to and fro Coral Bay, along with other required missions. This is the first time we have had a vehicle on the island of St. John. We turned in the 2 older vehicles we had on St. Thomas and St. Croix and purchased 2 2022 Toyota Highlanders. E, we ordered 75 additional express vote machines in 2020 with the CARES Act funds, allowing us enough equipment to deploy numerous of these marking devices to the voting centers. F, we conducted early voting out of the St. John Elections Office and added an additional site in St. Croix and St. Thomas. G, 14 days of a successful early voting, utilizing the voting centers and the St. Croix Elections Office, moving to our off-site location, St. Joseph Hospitality Center. 4,418 voters participated in this process, which is historic. We did have to close the Tutu Park Mall Voting Center for 2 days due to COVID positives. H, the implementation of voting centers, meaning a voter can cast their ballot at any of these voting centers. The exception during this election cycle was in the district of St. Thomas, St. John. Only the voter from each island can cast the ballot on that specific island's voting centers. Since we are testing this new process in a gubernatorial election year, we could not afford to make any major changes within the voter registration database. This task will be accomplished in 2023, ensuring we are prepared to implement in 2024. This would allow a registered St. John voter to cast the ballot on St. Thomas or St. John and vice versa. I, successful primary election on August 6, 2022. However, voters' turnout was low, 20%. In addition, the delayed reporting from St. Thomas St. John District caused us to finalize the unofficial election results around 11:31 p.m. J, produced numerous voting and registration radio PSAs, including a skit. We had our local roosters crowing in this skit. K, Ms. Kiva May Douglas will become a certified elections registration administrator on August 24th, 2022. A few board members and I will be traveling to Denver, Colorado to attend the 34th annual conference and attend the graduation ceremony. Her certification now makes 7 of us between the board members and the staff. I take this time to publicly congratulate Ms. Douglas. L, the election system strives to diversify our poll workers each election cycle. The addition of males, Rastafarians, Hispanics, disabled persons, Haitians, Asians, and this year we hired our first Caucasian educator on St. John, Ms. Jane Ruskin. She is the judge for the Calabash Boom Voting Center. She performed as if she has been in a position and working for election for years, and we thank her. We welcomed her and look forward to recruiting more persons of this ethnicity. We continue to announce and recruit poll workers because many of our elder poll workers has retired. We are reaching out to high school students, university students, and other parochial and private schools. M, I would like to publicly thank our most valuable staff, Ms. Kiva May Douglas, St. Thomas St. John Deputy Supervisor, Mr. Terrell Alexandre, St. Croix Deputy Supervisor, Ms. Milagritos Vincent, and Ms. Hewlett Tadman Hodge, the Senior Election Assistant, Ms. Sherry Richardson, Ms. Melba Smith, Ms. Marie Felix, Ms. Stephanie Joseph, Ms. Tricia Johnson, Ms. Blanca Maldonado, all election assistants, and Ms. Diamond Back, who's the board administrative assistant in St. Thomas, and temporary administrative assistant on St. Croix is Mr. Richard Wilson, or you might know him as Mohammed. Also, the board members, poll workers, lead voting technicians, Department of Public Safety, Property and Procurement, Finance, Education, Sports, Parks and Recreation, the University of the Virgin Islands, the transportation companies, the media outlets, and Ranger Security for the first phase of the 2022 election cycle, the primary election. N, I was invited to attend the Florida Supervisor of Election Conference, May 22nd to the 26th, conducted at Fort Walton County, Florida. This was a great conference, providing me the opportunity to meet and share ideas with 60 county election supervisors. The guest speakers were excellent, and the topics were relevant to times. 3 of the interesting topics for me was crisis communication, get ready to protect election integrity, take my ideas please, and updates on the latest threats to election officials and democracy. O, Mr. Terrell Alexandre, the St. Croix deputy, and I attended a 2021 national conference of State Legislatures Summit. That was November 2nd through the 5th, 2021 in Tampa, Florida. This too was an informative conference. The topics of interest was census and redistricting, a history of innovation, how the 2020 changed the election integrity, and the overall highlights were honoring of all military active and retired service members, since Veterans Day was going to be celebrating the following week. One of the dynamic, inspirational guest speaker was the first black female captain, U.S. Marine helicopter pilot. Her name is Vernice, called Fly Girl Armor. We chatted after one helicopter pilot to another. I also took the opportunity to invite her to visit the Virgin Islands sometime to speak to our high school and university students. I also shared this information with the Department of Education Public Relations Officer. The social event took place at an aquarium entitled Friends, Fins, and Fireworks. The 34th Legislature passed the law enabling us to create an active and inactive database and allows us absentee ballot to be made available to all voters. The two bills were signed into law by the governor on August 8th. Both measures were requested by the election system of the Virgin Islands, and we are ready and poised to implement. We will launch an educational campaign to ensure the citizens of the territory and worldwide would understand the positive impact of both laws. We thank the members of the 34th Legislature for passing these measures and look forward to working with both the 34th and the 35th on continuous electoral reforms. Our goals: historic 2022 turnout of voters for early voting period from October 10th to 31st, which is 22 days. B, fair, accessible, secure, and transparent 2022 general election. C, election reform and revisions of Virgin Islands Code, Title 18, with input from the public and other organizations. D, create local laws to implement the National Voter Registration Act of 1993. The National Voter Registration Act, popularly known as the Motor Voter Act, is a legislation that requires state governments to allow registration when a qualifying voter apply for or renew their driver's license or apply for social services. The territories are exempt from this U.S. law. This legislation forced state governments to make the voter registration process easier by providing uniform registration services through driver's license, registration centers, disability centers, school, libraries, and mail-in registration. E, enacting a law that allows U.S. citizens to register to vote by mail using mail-in forms developed by each of the Office of the Supervisor in accordance with the Election Assistance Commission. We will verify documents prior to completing the registration process by sending the voter a confirmation postcard or letter. F, we are partnering with American Association of Retired Persons and the Disability Rights Center of the Virgin Islands on September 20th and 21st for a Rock the Vote from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. at Sunny Shopping Center Pavilion on St. Croix and Tutu Park Mall on St. Thomas. Challenges: future staffing considerations to hire a fiscal or human resource person with background and experience. B, encouraging more voters to participate in elections. I humbly ask that this body grant us the 2023 budget requested in order for the election system of the Virgin Islands to continue to keep this agency relevant and aligned with other election systems nationally, moving forward into the next century. Participating in election is one of the key freedoms of American life. Many people in countries around the world do not have the same freedom, nor did many Americans in centuries past. No matter what you believe or whom you support, it is important to exercise your rights. I would like to take this opportunity to present the 2022 election calendar upcoming important dates. August 11, registration began. August 29th, the casting of lots for the general election will be held at 5:30 p.m. August 30th, 2 p.m., random selection of voting center to conduct election results audit. It may be live feed by WTGX, so the public will have an opportunity to view after if they could not attend the actual event. September 6th, first day of receipt of the applications for absentee ballots for the general election. September 16th, all federal ballots to be mailed out to the military and overseas personnel, and the deadline for mail-out ballots requests. And finally, October 10th through the 31st, early voting will be conducted. I would conclude with this quote: "By voting, we add our voice to the chorus that forms opinions and the basis for actions." And that's by Jens Stoltenberg. He was the Secretary General of NATO. Mr. Chairman, I thank you, members of the Committee on Finance, and other members of the 34th Legislature for inviting us to present our proposed fiscal year 2023 budget. I'm prepared to respond to any questions you may have. Your vote is your voice, and your voice is your vote. I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fawkes, for your testimony. Colleagues, we're going to go directly into a round of questioning. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. We will begin 6-minute round with Senator Blyden. 6 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, listening and viewing audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning, Attorney Fawkes and Supervisor Fawkes. I repeated what you said, my bad. Supervisor Fawkes.
Good morning. Good morning, Senator.
Board Chair Williams, thank you so much for your comprehensive testimony. Your ask is $2,735,725. Let me ask you quickly, you spoke of your challenges, and for future staffing, you want to have a staff member with fiscal and human resource background and experience. What's your vacancy? You have any vacancy?
No, Senator, we do not have any vacancy. So this is a position I would have to go through the process to obtain.
Okay, so you want to add another
Correct.
individual, but you don't have any vacancy this time. Okay, very well. Let me ask you, your testimony spoke to cybersecurity grant, and you stated that only a certain percentage of that grant can be utilized to support an election with the federal position on the ballot, which is the delegate, correct?
That's correct, Senator.
Of that 352,289, how much can you actually utilize? What percentage of that can you utilize?
We're projecting maybe $100,000.
Based on what?
Based on because the election is the general election and some of the security measures that we have to put in place. So we could justify expending up to $100,000.
Oh, great, great. So there's no limit, there's no threshold per se.
No, Senator.
Okay, thank you for that. Also, you spoke to the increase in professional service contracts and the costs based on the voting equipment on hand. Of course, you spoke to the primary, and now the general is going to have. How much more machines are we speaking to in the general? What that number? And the cost?
The cost, what I'm talking about is as you purchase more machines. So we already purchased the machines, 75 additional machines last year. So I'm saying the cost for the contract is going to increase because now you have more machines on hand. Not that we're buying machines now. The machines we have, based on the number that's needed for the general election, that's closer to election, we decide based on how much polling places that we have, voting centers that we have.
I get it. So you already have the machines.
We already have the machines.
But you're going to have to have more contract based on the amount of machine you put out there.
Correct. No, what we have on hand. What I purchased.
No, not. When I say put out there, I mean at the different polls because you're going to have extra polls. For the primary, how much polls you have? 3, right?
Correct.
You're going to have more. How much polls do you anticipate for the general? Let me ask that question first.
They have 4 projected.
How much more machines at each poll for the general?
Well, again, you're going to go based on the size of the polling place that we get. So it's not, that's what I'm saying. The cost I'm talking about, and the chairman may be fraying with number of machines. We don't determine that right now. So I'm saying, because I bought next gen e-poll books, right? So we bought the e-poll books a couple months ago. So now the contract going to increase for the next update because you have more equipment on hand. So what you do an addendum to pay for what you got, and then the contract's going to increase overall costs.
Got you.
That's what I'm talking about, the
Got
contract
you.
costs.
I'm clear now.
I just wanted to clarify that the differentiation, we've migrated to vote centers now. And so within each vote center, all precincts are applicable to vote in those vote centers. So it centralizes a lot of the functions in each vote center.
I know that you said that something came to mind, and it was spoken of in a primary on all media. At the end of the night, voting day, at the end of the night, the votes come in, St. Croix coming first, St. Thomas, St. John, and then we are always waiting in our district for St. John to come over in order to count our votes. Since you're here and we have you here, what's the issue
2
with that?
minutes.
Because many folks are skeptical when it comes to that. We know what the numbers are in St. John. We know that the votes came in. Why can't you announce the votes and then add the St. John votes afterward? So folks don't have that skeptical whatever, because it's an issue, and people have a concern with that. Can you speak to that briefly, please?
Okay, so I think first and foremost is a misnomer because how we canvass on elections, as at the beginning of the evening at 7 o'clock, we start with early voting. We open the equipment, run the tapes, retract the thumb drive, and then we do the canvassing. The plan was to upload all the votes for early voting first. That gives our judges time to get in. Contrarily to what you may have heard, St. John was in our office before CAHS. So the process is as the judges show up to either St. Croix or St. Thomas, it doesn't make a difference. As they come in, the information is uploaded, and then the plan was to upload for each vote center throughout the evening as it went along. We had an issue there, and I'll let the supervisor expand on that, but I think we've already addressed a fix for that matter. Supervisor?
Good.
They upgraded the system that we have in place. This is the first election that we're utilizing the system. So what happened now, this jump drive comes into St. Thomas, they put it in machine, they have to copy it on a jump drive, send the information to St. Croix. St. Croix now have to copy it on a jump drive and then put it in the machine. So we didn't know all the steps to the process, and then St. Thomas had more jump drives. So the data is larger files to transfer the information. And so that's what took the time, and then the staff decided to make sure they verify the numbers because we had an issue prior election when the information came out and they added the numbers twice. So that's what the time took a little longer than projected.
So we do not anticipate having that same situation in the general.
Time.
No, because we are addressing where we're going to have. You see, we might deploy 3 machines or 5 machines, but if you don't need to use them, then you focus on 2. So you have less. In St. Croix, we had 9 jump drives compared to 21 in St. Thomas. So that's the difference.
Thank you for putting that on the record. In closing, Mr. Chair, in your testimony, you also mentioned an additional 325 or 350.
350.
Because you anticipate a runoff.
That's correct, Senator.
How did you come to that estimation?
Well, in my tenure, so the time I came on board in 2014, I've done runoffs. So
Okay.
projecting if you have more than 2 candidates in the general election, subsequent to a runoff. And so that's the cost they gave us in the past, 2 runoffs, 350,000. So that's why I use that number historically.
Thank you so much for your responses. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. You were in the miscellaneous section. You were given 150,000 before, correct?
That's correct, Senator.
And we amended that to 500,000.
That's correct, Senator.
So is that sufficient?
No, Senator. I have in my testimony, we need $125,000 more what I spent for the office of the supervisor budget. we already spent 99% of the primary, and we're not finished with all the vendors. And so I talk about what
What's your projected end cost for the primary? Out of the 150, how much will you expend?
I already expended 99%, and we still have some vendor payment outstanding. So again, we could take some out of the Office of the Supervisor budget or the board's budget if we don't get the supplemental that I asked for. I'm requesting 125,000 additional.
The money is under the one grant that you have, the HAVA, and the HAVA cares is zero, so you only have money from the security portion of it.
Correct, Senator.
And that doesn't reduce to fill that gap?
It might. I'm just projecting that we use the 100,000 number. I got to go back to the board and see if that's okay.
The board
But
is
that's
here.
my projection.
Well, let me just jump in and say it's not just a matter of coming back to the board, but the allowance for the use of federal dollars is also it doesn't allow for just arbitrarily using funds.
What is the cost of a security for elections? We hire security, correct?
Correct. 14. Yes, I'm saying security, I could look at that and poll workers. But some of the vendors I can't pay out of that.
Correct.
But security and poll workers, that's what I'm looking at. So I'm
And
saying,
remember, the grant is not quote unquote security. Cyber security is more the basis for the grant.
Cybersecurity.
correct, Senator.
Okay. So how much do we pay to Crucian Point and election system and software for the administration of the general election?
The website is a year contract. It's back here
The
28.
Crucian Point is the webmaster.
Correct.
Okay.
So that has nothing to do with election. That's year round.
Okay, election system and software.
That's. Let me let you finish, sorry.
That's multiple individuals that's doing that?
No, that's the contract for the year. So that's the contract. And so as like I mentioned, when we add equipment, now we'll update that cost
Okay.
on the contract.
So that's the name of the company?
Yes.
Election system and software?
Yes, Senator.
And they also do not just the maintenance. They deal with us on election nights. They do training and the maintenance piece is every election prior to the election to ensure the equipment is certified.
Okay. Point of inquiry, Senator Blyden.
Sorry. Yes, my increase in respect to the cybersecurity. On election day, in terms of cybersecurity and the machines, etc. No, that question, it's just a thought, because you have heard things in different states, etc. Are they activated on election day also when it comes to the machines, and can they be infiltrated? I'm asking.
The short answer, no.
Very well, thank you.
Okay, a lot of questions are asking though, because every time we have a delay, every time we have a mistake, a duplication, it comes from one district.
Right.
Consistently. So it is hard to try to phantom as to why the St. Croix district, election after election, there are no issues. Results come in very early. And the St. Thomas district, the last election, duplication of votes. This election, to upload took longer. But in this day of technology, uploading a jump drive don't take forever. So, so it's always the same exact district. Why can't we have an election where there are no issues with that particular district and the results come in the same as St. Croix? As I heard, okay, we used 21 jump drives over there, but it was the same amount of voters as St. Croix that used 9. So what was the necessity for them to use 21 and St. Croix comfortably use 9? They had the same amount of polling stations. How many polling stations St. Thomas had?
Same 3, but voting centers. Let me just qualify some of that. Like the supervisor spoke to earlier, it's a lessons learned. Number one, several, we rolled out multiple DS200 voting machines. You had people, maybe 3 persons voting on one, 8 or 10 on the other, stuff like that. So the lessons learned in that is we'll deploy the equipment, but we only use it as necessary if we need a backup. We can have the electors go into the queue and utilize 2.
Based on turnout?
Yes, based on what we saw as an experience. So I don't think we'll see the repeat of that, but in terms of uploading, it's not just a matter of downloading the file from the thumb drive, uploading it, and sending it to Synchro, like the supervisor just advised. The process requires uploading, copying, transferring, copying, and then downloading. Part of the answer to that is to reduce the number of thumb drives, meaning the number of DS200s that we utilize. But that experience will only come once we see the number of electors that turn out. Primary election, it was a very poor turnout, and the plan was to be ready, contrarily to 2 years ago when we didn't have sufficient equipment at the complex, for example. So, you migrated to a new plan, and there's those issues that are unforeseen, but we've already started to talk about how we're going to address that, because it's as vexing as it is to our community, it's equally as vexing to us, because we're sitting there waiting and waiting and waiting, and then, exactly what you said, people start thinking, well, what's going on in there? And not that anything is going on, quote unquote, illegal, but just a matter of the process working through itself. And now that we know what transpired, we are working with our ES&S, our vendor, for those systems to ensure that our local technical staff as well can do that work in a more efficient manner.
Okay. Senator James, you recognize.
Good morning to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Good morning, testifiers. I would like to start off by saying thank you to the entire team at the election system of the Virgin Islands for successful and smooth 2022 Democratic primary elections. As far as advertising and marketing, if I'm not mistaken, I heard in your testimony that you have an allotment or a section that goes towards advertising and marketing, and if so, how much is that?
Senator, we do not have line items like that, so whatever we need, if we look at a marketing company, we send out for a proposal, and based on that, usually we spend close to $100,000 in marketing, because you got all the media, you have to put in every newspaper, on all the radios, and then some of the things that we do, particularly like PSAs, so it could run us up to $100,000.
But don't you think moving forward that we should line item that?
No, Senator, because you got the half year election no election next year. In election itself, we don't support line item. That's for other entities.
Okay, so let me expound on where I'm heading at. Sponsored ads for social media is way cheaper. Like, say, for instance, if I want to reach specific individuals in just the Christianstead part of St. Croix and the Frederickstead part of St. Croix, or specifically St. Thomas, the way how Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram is, they have features in there where you can select specific demographics, and it's way cheaper. I'm not bashing the radio or the newspaper, but it's way cheaper. Sometimes like $20, $40 for the entire month. And the reason why I'm getting at that, because most individuals, they have their devices, their mobile devices in their hands most of the time, and some individuals do not listen to the radio station, they do not read the newspaper, but if they're happy to scroll through social media and say, oh wow, the voters registration started today, by seeing a sponsored ad, seeing it in their story, then it would encourage individuals to take part in the election system, because those who are in the know will continue to vote. And depending on what household you live in, you will be influenced to vote as well. But we have individuals, not to say we're babying them, you just need, the same way how Coca-Cola and Nike and all these major products or service or companies, they advertise and they market heavily. So I'm just making a suggestion. And as far as the public relations officer, who handles your public relations? And I'm not just talking about press releases, the Facebook page, because I see you do have a Facebook presence, but I want to see sponsored ads.
So, Senator, our office is a small office, deputies and supervisor, and the rest are election assistants. So we don't have a public relations person. So we deal with a press release, we do our best with a Facebook page and all the social media. But again, we look at what we have to work with, and we're doing our best with what we have.
You have a very intelligent young man in there. I think his name is Terrell Alexandri.
Yes.
It's not that difficult. I can literally pull up my phone right now, and within 1 minute, I can start a sponsored ad. So tell Terrell to go and Google that, and let's make it happen. And as far as establishing the locations and costs for the polling places on St. Croix for the general election, we have factored that in. Is there a cost associated, or are we just going to use public buildings?
No. The objective is to utilize an additional vote center in this district and one on St. Thomas, and potentially looking at the two on St. John, because when you looked at the numbers who voted, whether early or on election day on St. John and Calabash Room in Coral Bay on the east side, the numbers were minute. So we looked at a more central location 2 years ago, and we're going to explore that again, because I think if
2
we're more
minutes.
central, more, excuse me, more electors from St. John would tend to participate.
And the cost that you spoke about regarding the new locations for both districts, they are factored in the budget, right? Or is already factored in the FY 2022?
Senator, yes, that's 20. Well, you're going to have some that transition over, but some was in 2022, because we got both the primary and the general election funding.
Okay, just want to make sure. And as far as your fleet of vehicles, I see you have 3 vehicles that are in fair condition, but I see that you do factor in for maintenance costs, so at least you're maintaining the vehicles. But if you're maintaining the vehicles, why are they still in fair condition? Is it because of the exterior or the actual engine or what have you? What's going on there?
Which one are fair? It should be the vans that are fair, because they're 2014 vehicles. And then the second-hand car vehicle in St. John is a 2015. So they're not going to be in excellent condition based on the depreciation.
And when you label these vehicles as fair or new, what do you take into consideration the most? The exterior or the actual engine? What do you take into consideration?
Being the technical person that I am, the engine,
Okay, just want to
transmission,
make sure.
etc.
So, all right. So we have some work there to do when it comes to those three vehicles that are in fair condition, because you need to have reliable transportation. The last thing you want to hear is on the day of election, one of the vehicles then brought down and then we get held back.
Those vehicles are not for election
They're
day,
not for
okay?
election.
Okay.
Senator.
That's for the regular staff usage.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Yeah.
And I'm happy to see that we have factored in server stuff here. It's a no-brainer when it comes to this budget. But I see you have election system and software, maintenance of voter registration software, voter tabulation service hardware, and hosting services. As far as the maintenance of voters, I know in the past, I see you have an annual payment of approximately $60,000. I know in the past, when individuals were inactive, they were kicked out of the system. But just to remind the people of the Virgin Islands, that no longer exists, right?
Yes,
Time.
Yes, Senator. It used to be called cancellation as per the code, and it was called purging. Now we're going from active to inactive, so it's just a switch of status on the system, and you do not have to come back in with all your documents to get activated again if you become inactive.
But unless, if I may, unless that voter changes their voting location, if they decide to vote in another state, they have to re-register in the state.
Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, I just want to clarify, because we're paying $60,000 for this software which speaks to maintenance of voters. What would consider a person to be inactive?
Senator, the $60,000 is for the contract for the voter database overall, not just changing folks.
I know, but we have
okay.
somebody who oversees that. But as we speak about the budget, I just want to make sure, as we pay a company to do so, what considers a person to be inactive when we have those individuals we are paying to evaluate the system? They don't do the one with the maintenance and taking them out or not?
A part of
So clarify when you say maintenance
Yeah,
of
I'm sorry.
voter. Clarify.
So again, the contract with the company is for our database, our voting equipment, etc. The database been in existence since 2010. The maintenance fees that goes with that contract is a contract. It's not we paying the $60,000 by itself. It's the contract. So every quarter you have a fee, maintenance of equipment. And after election year, they'll come here and update all the equipment. That's the maintenance in it. So it's not just the database. So it's in the contract. So we input and get voters every day. So you're going to have to keep the maintenance up and going, and the price, of course, costs. The number of voters you have, fees increase, etc. But they're maintaining the database.
Well, Mr. Chair, the question still
Yeah, let me help with
has
that.
it been answered. What consider a person to be inactive?
One
Because my
second.
sister went to vote for me, And when she went there, she was inactive. So I want to know what
So-
consider a person to be inactive.
Okay, so define how a person becomes inactive.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the
Yeah,
time.
so there's several things here. Previous to the new legislation that was passed recently, an inactive voter would be somebody that probably were incarcerated, they fulfilled their probationary time, they pay their fines, that person becomes reactivated. If somebody hadn't voted in the past 2 general election cycles.
Okay, that's the part I wanted.
That's-
Okay, because that's the most common. An
Right.
individual that has not voted in the past 2 election cycle.
Right.
Okay.
That's one of them, yeah.
That's one.
Yeah. So, but now with the advent of the legislation, if somebody shows up to vote, like in your sister's case, and the supervisor can correct me if I'm wrong, but they can be reactivated
On the day of
even
election.
even on the election day.
Could I expound on this?
Yes.
So his question, inactive and active just began with this law. So I'm trying to find out what is he talking about. If your sister showed up to vote and she's not on the list, this law changed in 2016. After 2016, we stopped canceling folks.
You start purging
Stop
the roll.
purging. The only status you will be is active. If your felony that the chairman is talking about, that's suspension. We never use inactive before. I'm just trying to clarify that. Only with the passage of this law, your sister was either on the list or she was off the list back then. If she comes now, effective starting when we go active, inactive. So I'm just clarifying that. And it has debt.
I hope she was afforded a provisional ballot. by the way.
Was Senator, was she provided a provisional ballot? Senator James, Mike?
Mr. Chair, no, for early voting, no, she did not receive one. So that's why I'm asking who deals with the maintenance of a voter, and I was clarifying like what's the process like. I'm not challenging the cost. We just want to know what's the process like to educate those individuals who may be watching, so we don't have that issue because we spent some wild money for the Democratic primary election and we had a very low turnout.
Okay, but did she return and vote on the actual primary day?
If I'm not mistaken, I don't think so because she left to go up to
Okay.
St. Thomas. She
Okay.
lives on St. Croix, but she had to go to St. Thomas to deal with an issue.
Okay. Okay.
And another thing, Senator Viola, we encourage through public education again, on our website, there's something called voter lookup. You can jump in your phone right now, open vivote.gov, and look on the voter lookup to see if you're an active or inactive voter. So, the responsibility lies on the voter as well, okay?
Okay, so in reference to election workers and the training that they receive for election day, what is the training in reference to their dialogue with voters? Are they to dialogue if they're asked a question,
Yes.
or are they just to dialogue?
No, there's several things here. In the training, it's customer service first. Secondly, the monitor in particular. If you go to a marking station, the experts vote system, and you're not certain what you're doing, the monitor is supposed to stay at the side. They can't come and look at your ballot, but it's supposed to stand on the side and try to walk you through the process. But not to ask you how your children doing and
Okay.
all that kind of
Or
stuff.
to say, someone was saying, you vote
Yeah,
quick, you sure you
right.
vote for everybody, you come out of the ballot, you come out,
that
you
is
come out
totally
so quick.
legal. Totally legal.
Okay, and we just need to make sure that they're not making any comments, any unnecessary comments, whether they're trying to throw a word here or there, leaning in a particular direction. They need to be impartial,
Sure.
and so definitely so does the members of the Board of Election. Is that correct? Are the
That's
members of the
absolute-
Board of Election supposed to be impartial?
Absolutely correct.
Are members of the Board of Election allowed to campaign for candidates?
I don't know that the law speaks to any allowances. I think it's more of individual choice.
Okay,
It is-
you're the chair, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you believe a member of the Board of Election should be walking around in a candidate T-shirt?
I'm not going to speak to any individual member and what they
Not
do.
talking, just overall.
Right. I generally don't think so, but each member have the right to do as they so choose. It is our solicited practice generally not to do so. But they have a right, like every other citizen.
That sounds like something we're going to need to legislate, that if you're on the board.
I wouldn't recommend that.
you-
I think because that's infringing on people's individual right.
I don't think so. The board is a very important component.
And I get that.
And when a board member wears a candidate T-shirt, it is sending doubt in the voting population mind that that person might be swayed in a particular direction. If you're a board member, whether or not you're supporting somebody, you should refrain from wearing any type of paraphernalia throughout the campaign. But there are board members currently that are wearing T-shirts, etc., for the governor. They're right there, they're flashing it, they're taking pictures, and people are sending the pictures and saying, well, how do we know that the election is safe? When you have a board member that is wearing the T-shirts, etc. I mean, it's already enough when they say, well, the governor's cabinet and a number of the governor's cabinet are board members. But at the very least, you need to remain impartial. But if you're wearing stuff and then having discussions, we got to make sure that a board member saying we got to make sure that the governor win sends a red flag, some serious red flag, because you're a board member. So I would suggest that you don't make those type of public statements and you remain as impartial as possible. And I have heard it throughout the mainland, even parties that say we're impartial until the primary is over. We are not going to have any public statement because we must remain impartial until the primary is over, and then we will back the party candidate. But this is even different because these are members of the Board of Election who are out there actively doing X, Y, or Z. So we got to be careful because it sends a message of something taking place that perhaps is not right.
And I just want to again address that. The idea that because a member is generally participating in a campaign, that member doesn't have access to the voting systems or process or operation, that because they're soliciting votes for a candidate, that the influence can affect or impact the outcome of the election. What it probably does, and I agree, is that if I go out campaigning for candidate X, my influence makes a difference. I don't have to wear a T-shirt to influence people to vote.
Correct.
You know, so I get what you're saying, but the reality for me is that the integrity of the election system is protected.
And it is better protected if you remain impartial. You have been a board member for a long time.
20 years.
Okay. And have you heard a number of complaints about St. Croix?
Every single election, you have complaints.
About St. Croix?
Territorially.
The bulk of the complaints are where?
Like I said, I don't know that of a bulk in any specific district. I hear people call me every day asking the same thing that you ask. And it comes from St. Thomas and St. Croix, even from the states.
The bulk of the complaints are in the St. Thomas district. And it is based on errors that have been made, whether it was a duplication of votes last time, whether it was ballots arriving late, whatever. I have not heard any number of complaints about St. Croix.
Okay, so, and that one point, when you use the word duplication. So, based on our experience last election, what we recognized is that papers were being distributed because as votes were being tabulated, some of the numbers were being collected and uploaded from one district versus the next. And by the time you get the next piece of paper, the numbers change, but the reflection was not accurate. Hence why this election cycle, we made a decision, a concerted decision, not to distribute information until after all the vote center, the precincts within a vote center is uploaded into the system. Because you want to populate the information as it comes in, but through a process, not where I'm going to give you call me, ask me, okay, precinct number ABC, and they just came in. What are those numbers? And then while I'm giving you those numbers, some numbers coming from a different location, and then you start to commingle the information. That's what happened 2 years ago. And we made it clear that that is not a process that we utilize but it still happened.
Okay, so stop there. But it only happened in one district.
Yes.
It don't happen
Yes.
here.
Yes.
We have to be clear. We have to be just clear. We always have mistakes in the next district, and then we have to justify as to why it was made. But somehow the St. Croix district don't make those mistakes. The results come in, bam, everything is there. You have the results, and then you sit down for an hour and a half and you wait for St. Thomas.
But again, no, I'm not going to agree with that. Simply because, again, the process is as the vote center comes in. This is brand new. I hear what you're saying.
Are you talking about from last time? Are you talking about 2 years ago and 2 years before that?
Agree,
So,
I agree. But I got to defend the system. That,
and that's your job.
yeah.
As the chair, you must defend the system. And as the chair of the finance committee, I just got to put on the record what is out there and what need to be corrected. And to just plain and simple, St. Thomas need to do better. St. Thomas and John District, they need to do better. They need to dot the I's, cross the T's, and get the data in as soon as possible. It can't be this hour differential, or it just can't. It's not a good look.
I take the opportunity as a chair because it's a single board. I was at St. Thomas on election night.
And go back for the general election.
I intend to, because the idea is that I want to ensure that we're doing a uniform process. You know, in the past we've had one group doing one thing versus another. I want to ensure the integrity of the process.
I didn't even remember that. So all of that are the issues. Because the territorial board could say, well, we're doing it this way, and then St. Thomas deviate and say, no, we are going to do it this way. So they need to comply. If the territorial board clearly states that this is the way the election is going to be conducted, and next district does not have the authority to change what the territorial board has put in place, and they have done that. And that's what I'm coming from. Not adhering to territorial board, duplication. They've got to follow the territorial board. And as chair, your problems aren't here. Your problems are there, so you need to be there for the general election to make sure that they're complying with all of the rules and regulations and conducting the election the exact way that the board have played out. You're looking for $200 and something thousand over what the governor recommended, $278,000. That's for Ms. Fawkes, that's for one position and...
No, Senator, they have it mixed. So the election system is requesting a 2.7, yeah.
Election system is what is recommended, 278,000 more?
Well, the governor
The governor recommended
requested 2.7. No, I requested 2,732,755.
and the governor sent down 2,453,757.
Right.
And that is a difference of 278,000.
Okay, correct.
Okay. And the board, the governor sent down 218 and the board won 267.
I think we even
No,
wanted more
it
than
was
that.
344. So that's why I'm saying this was the bottom part for the board is incorrect.
Okay, so the board is requesting what, 344?
They were, but
Okay. So today's an easy day because there's a next big meeting going on that all the senators have gone to. So you have a
Senator
straightforward
Vila,
budget.
if you will allow, because since we're speaking on a public forum, there's some, I don't know if you got to run, but there's some things I'd like to dialogue on since you're here.
You may proceed. You may proceed.
Okay, so first and foremost, electioneering. That to the board is a very vexing situation. The law speaks to the chairman setting the distance for electioneering. The preface is 200 feet from the premises. We generally try to work within the 200 feet from the entrance to the premises. What our plan is this for the general election is to meet with the candidates or the representatives and say, hey, you cannot set up your tent in the mouth of the driveway of the premises because you have to allow for the elector to freely go in to exercise the right. That's one major challenge that we continue to have. The next thing that is a major issue for us is Title 18 and the amendments to Title 18. We did an exercise several years ago with several senators, Senator Gittins leading that charge, and we went through the entire Title 18 and proffered amendments to the code, Title 18. Simple technical fixes like the word joint, that needs to be gone. There's no such thing as a joint board anymore. There's a territorial board. So we keep coming back and saying this, but nothing is generally done. And I'm sure you've been hearing about other sections of the code as well.
You think, didn't you submit those changes to a senator?
That was about 4 or 6 years ago, I believe. Yeah. Because Senator Francis, Senator Gittins, Senator O'Reilly at the time, they all, we did workshops for
Right.
like
I remember that.
a 6-month period, and we submitted all of those things. But again, nothing really came out of it. Another thing we need to look at budget-wise is improving on our election day official salaries. We pay people minuscule dollars to stand up, sit down, whatever, for almost 17, 14, 15 hours in a day, and we pay them nothing.
What is the pay now?
Well,
It ranged from $100 to $150.
for the judge, for example.
Some
$150.
states I see at three and change.
Yeah, my sister works at the election system in Atlanta. She makes like $350. Okay, so things like that are pieces that I think that we need to correct. The last thing I want to share is that the use of the voting equipment. It has been my experience. We all do the voter registration and stuff like that, machine demonstrations. People in the VI have, and my mouth will get me in trouble. We have this apathy about us that if I approach you at the supermarket and I said, "Do you know how to use the voting equipment?" Yeah, I know how to use it. Election day, you don't got a clue. And so what happens? The apathy that arises from that is such that you go to the machine, the express vote machine, marking device, for example, and you stand there and you stare at it. 2 years ago, when we first rolled out that equipment, the facsimile of the ballot, you had to keep scrolling. We've improved on that to try to get a single facsimile on one side, like that same piece of paper you mark on. We try to put that on the equipment. Same problem. People complain that they're pressing number 1 and they get number 2.
And the next
stuff
number
like
coming
that.
up. Yeah.
But more than that,
Was that happening?
it potentially could have, but but in how that equipment is designed, if you press number 1 and you think number 2 showed up, and you depress it and hit the correct number, center, or it's about alignment issues, for example. But as long as you hit the choice that you're making, once you get to the review screen, it'll tell you again who you selected. If you're good with that, you press print. Once you print that blank piece of activation card, what the selections you made shows up on that. That's just a third level for you, the elector, to review your ballot, okay, before you put it into the voting DS200 to be tabulated. So again, to my point, the idea that a lot of people don't come to demonstrations, they don't go to the office to learn how to use equipment on election day, it creates all kinds of subjective thought processes. Okay, so you use the paper ballot, you undervoted. The DS200 is going to tell you undervoted. If you overvoted, it's going to tell you you overvoted. And it gives you the opportunity
To correct it.
by our process to pull it back and say, well, even before you put it in, and you're not sure, just let's stick with you putting it into the DS200. It tells you you overvoted. That means that section of the ballot is spoiled. If you cast that ballot, that's your choice. More importantly, we give you 3 opportunities to pull it back, void that, get a new one, remark the ballot. So, again, I think that we're held responsible or accountable, supposedly, to educate the elector. That's not the board or the election system's job. We do, but my thing and my pitch here today is for our community to become engaged and learn how to use the equipment, okay? So that we don't have to hear all these stories about what's doing here and there. So that's just...
Is there a possibility on election day to have a free voting machine with a fictitious ballot. Mary, or John, and if somebody don't know how to vote, that they could practice on that particular machine.
Yeah, we do, we'll call it sample, but not sample, mock ballots.
ballot. But he said the question is on election day.
Okay.
No,
We recommend because you're going to have confusion and
Yeah,
people say the ballots mixed
That
up.
would just be adding another layer of
Because
craziness.
when you actually have the days that they could come, they just don't come.
Yeah,
You know, they just don't come. Okay. Well, overall, we just want to make sure that we have fair elections in the Virgin Islands. We have seen with the last president what has become of elections across the nation. And now we want to make sure that we could always put our stamp that our election
and I
was
think
fair.
that the Virgin Islands can boast to that fact that regardless of what you see on the mainland America and even in other places throughout the world, our elections are absolutely transparent, fair. People do what I call the radio station challenges. They send us complaints that are not founded. And when we respond to them, nobody goes beyond that because you have an opportunity to go out to the courts, and nobody do.
Right.
I was the victim of that in the primary elections. Okay, and I found that very strange. But my integrity means the world to me. Nobody questions Raymond Williams' integrity, not at all. I don't play that. Yeah. So my thing,
Good to hear.
my thing is we need to, as electors in this territory, come out, learn how to use the equipment, make your mistakes then. So when you go on election
Right,
days,
that you know what you're doing. And I just encourage everybody as much as possible to register to vote and to come out to vote. I think you said it, what your vote is your voice, and your voice is your vote. So if you don't complain a month after and say, I wish I had this and I wish this was, and it's too late.
Too late.
You have an opportunity to select candidates. I think there's only one race that is uncontested, and that's the delegate to Congress. But all the other races have individuals that are running, and you have an opportunity to cast your vote and to vote for who you want to be the next set of leaders for the Virgin Islands. But I'm going to allow you to put a closing statement on the record. You have an early day.
I'll get the same thing Tuesday.
Oh, you're going to be long. No.
Against Senator VLA and to the members of the Finance Committee and the members of the 34th Legislature, we thank you for this opportunity to appear before you, and hopefully we made a compelling argument to receive the requested funding of 200 and something thousand more than what the governor sent down. Thank you.
This body of ours work with you, and you always have a different number to what is sent
I
down.
have
So
always, that's
we
correct.
will do what we have to do. We'll give you a call during markup. The Committee of Finance will recess until 12:30, when the next entity will be before us. This committee stands in recess. Committee of Finance is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you read the next item on the agenda?
Virgin Islands Energy Office. Invited testifiers, Kyle Fleming, Director.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Mr. Fleming, I'm going to give you an opportunity to put your name and title on the record, and then I'll allow the members of your staff that are here with you to do likewise. So beginning with you.
Thank you. Kyle Fleming, Director of the Virgin Islands Energy Office.
Thank you. Next.
Michael Jaffers, Deputy Director of Virgin Islands Energy Office.
Tess Berg, HR and Labor Relations Manager at the Virgin Islands Energy Office.
Thank you so much. You may proceed. Oh, I'm sorry. To my left.
Magdalene Lawrence, Fiscal and Budget Manager of the Virgin Islands Energy Office.
Thank you. You may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Kurt Vialet, members of the Committee on Finance, and other distinguished members of the 34th Legislature present here today. Special greetings to the listening and viewing audience. My name again is Kyle Fleming, Director of the Virgin Islands Energy Office. Allow me by thanking the Finance Committee for the opportunity to present testimony in support of the Virgin Islands Energy Office's annual budget and initiatives as it relates to the executive budget for fiscal year 2023. The mission of the Virgin Islands Energy Office is focused on the development, implementation, and promotion of sustainable energy policies, programs, and projects within the Virgin Islands. The Energy Office operates 2 staffed offices through a combination of general and federal funding. However, the Energy Office innovates through leveraging a spectrum of federal resources to bring impactful energy solution sets to the people of the Virgin Islands. As a result, the annual scope of the projects the Energy Office executes can change drastically based on the priorities of the competitive and formula grants that the Energy Office seeks out. Throughout my tenure as the Energy Office Director, the office has leveraged these federal resources to deliver transformative science and technology solutions ranging from solar plus battery storage microgrids to improve resiliency of critical infrastructure to real-time energy monitoring programs to improve the community's visibility into the details of their daily energy usage. As the global energy industry continues to change at a rapid rate, the Energy Office evolves the scope of our projects and policy development to align with the industry best practices that are most impactful and pertinent to relieving the energy burden that historically has been felt across the territory. The Energy Office will continue to fulfill its mission of reducing the price of paradise by creatively deploying innovative and disruptive solution sets that address the unique realities of attaining sustainability within a remote island nation. It is an honor to sit before this assembly of esteemed legislators and testify on the many accomplishments of the Energy Office that the Energy Office has achieved through collaboration, creative problem solving, and a deep sense of understanding of the energy industry. I will begin my discussion of accomplishments with a project that has unfortunately been falsely characterized throughout the community in recent weeks. The historic procurement of 23 electric vehicles for the GVI fleet that was funded through the U.S. Department of Interior's Energizing Insular Communities grant. As we are sitting within the legislative chambers, I would like to preface my discussion with an excerpt from VI Code titled 12-1129, Solar and Renewable Energy in Public Buildings and Energy Efficient Vehicles, which states, within 2 years of the effective date of this chapter, the Energy Office, in conjunction with the Department of Property and Procurement, shall establish an energy-efficient fleet management plan with plans for acquisition of energy-efficient government fleet of vehicles, consisting of hybrid vehicles, electric vehicles, alternative fueled vehicles, or vehicles within the top 1/5 of the most energy-efficient vehicles in their class. The plan must require that within 10 years from the enactment of this chapter, the plan must be implemented throughout all departments and agencies of the government of the Virgin Islands. All vehicles purchased after this enactment must meet minimum fuel efficient and environmental impact national standards as regulated by the class of vehicle. This bill, as a result of Act 7075, was originally passed and enacted in 2009. I would like to take a moment to commend the good senators of the 28th legislature for recognizing the evolutionary pace of the energy industry and implementing progressive policy that has aligned the Virgin Islands with the global transportation electrification trajectory. The Energy Office stands ready to continue working with this legislative body to develop forward-thinking energy policy that addresses both the energy issues of today and prepares the territory for the energy industry of tomorrow. During my tenure as the Director of the Energy Office, I have prioritized fulfilling the mandates of VI Code Title 12-1129 to enable sustainable technology disruption within the Virgin Islands. As a result, in 2021, the Energy Office and DPP's Division of Transportation formally launched the Government Operations Fleet Energy Efficiency and Electrification Transformation. This interagency collaboration initially assessed the current fleet inventory, fuel and maintenance costs, historic procurement patterns, with the intent of developing optimized vehicle procurement standards. To support the analytical assessment, the Energy Office engaged the Electrification Coalition, EC, to develop a territory-wide transportation electrification roadmap, which will help guide the procurement standards and the broader electrification of the territory's transportation sector. The Electrification Coalition develops and implements a broad set of strategies to facilitate widespread adoption of electric vehicles in states, cities, and towns across America. These strategies include policy development, advocacy campaigns, consumer education, fleet electrification, community electrification planning, and EV supply chain development. The Electrification Coalition's analysis of the GVI fleet has been essential to quantitatively informing EV procurement decision-making. Below is a table that highlights the total cost of ownership for various vehicle configurations across the Virgin Islands. This analysis takes into consideration the purchase price of vehicle, the maintenance costs, and the cost of fueling, whether it be gas or electric, to determine a standard comparison metric. The table is included in the testimony, and we're happy to share this and any other quantitative information with this body as well. The results of this analysis confirm that despite the current cost of electricity in the territory, the acquisition and operation of electric vehicles can offer significant savings in vehicle ownership when compared to traditional gas vehicles. These savings are realized through a combination of lower fueling cost of electrical charging and a significantly reduced maintenance needs and cost of all electric vehicles. The Energy Office has continued to prioritize due diligence in objectively quantifying the cost benefit of this investment to ensure the historic procurement and transition is as much economic as it is innovative. The Virgin Islands offers a unique circumstance and consideration for electrification of transportation. As a small group of islands, there is limited geographic space that vehicles have to navigate, so developing robust infrastructure is manageable. EVs offer an opportunity to improve the grid as a new demand source, improving reliability and also reducing energy costs. Service and maintenance of electric vehicles will require new training and provide a workforce development opportunity for residents. And in the near future, the goal will be to enhance the local supply chain of vehicles in the territory, not just for government procurement, but for consumer adoption as well. Under the Brian Roach administration, the Energy Office has sought out and been awarded federal grants to enable innovative procurements, specifically designated to catalyze the electrification of government fleets and provide a robust network of strategically located charging stations. Charging station locations have been identified at high traffic destinations spanning from Frederickstead to Kramer's Park on St. Croix and Bordeaux to Coral Bay across St. Thomas and St. John. The goal is to provide charging station coverage across the islands to eliminate recharging apprehensions relative to electric vehicle adoption in the territory. I will now discuss our solar and battery storage microgrid project at the St. Croix Educational Complex. In 2020, the Energy Office applied for a competitive grant through the U.S. Department of Interior's Energizing Insular Communities program. The Energizing Insular Communities program historically provides grant funding to U.S. territories in the Atlantic, Pacific, and rural Native American territories as well. The EIC grant is the exact same funding source that was leveraged to execute the aforementioned historic procurement of 23 electric vehicles for the GVI fleet. The Energy Office was successful in being awarded $625,000 to develop a commercial-scale solar plus battery storage microgrid at the St. Croix Educational Complex. The microgrid is intended to support the hurricane shelter functions of the facility and will enable the emergency shelter to function reliably during extended grid outages and significantly reduce the use of fossil fuel generators that have proven difficult to maintain and costly to fuel. In May of 2022, the Energy Office entered into contract P099VEC22 with AT Construction to design, install, and commission a 125 kW solar plus battery storage microgrid at the St. Croix Educational Complex. The Energy Office was successful in securing an additional $350,000 in federal support from the Virgin Islands Department of Education to enable the project as well. Thus far, the contract has already begun the permitting process and site preparation, and we look forward to breaking ground in the coming months. During the State of the Territory address, the governor announced that a low-interest solar plus financing program was in development at the Energy Office. The development cycle for this program has been comprehensive, and the team has combined lessons learned from the Energy Office's prior Sun Power Loan Program, which provided financing exclusively for solar hot water systems, as well as leaning on Hawaii's ongoing GEMS program, which is a financing program that supports solar and solar plus storage as well. What resulted from this multi-month effort is an low-interest on-bill repayment program for residential solar PV and battery systems that improves access to sectors of the community that have not yet leveraged the benefits of solar within the Virgin Islands. This program is designed to benefit energy-burdened VI homeowners by lowering the barriers to resiliency and giving them a greater control over their utility bill. Systems with a battery component will be designed to result in a minimum of 10% average bill reduction during the life of the loan, while also allowing homeowners to continue their daily lives uninterrupted by intermittent power outages. The Solar Plus financing program is only available to VI residents and homeowners, and the selected applicants will receive a 15-year loan for a grid-tied solar PV system with an annual interest rate of 1%. Successful applicants of the Solar Plus financing program will have their systems registered within the Net Billing Interconnection Program, which will allow for the finance systems to receive a credit for excess solar generation that is returned to the grid. Currently, the net billing applications continue to be submitted and have navigated through the various stages of the permitting workflow. We continue to strive to ensure that the permit process is streamlined and efficient for all who have and will submit applications. To that end, we have identified that many applications have not been able to navigate the permitting process to completion despite multiple months of processing. In recognizing these challenges, the Energy Office, WAPA, and DPNR teams have collaborated to creatively address the issue by simplifying online application processes and fast-tracking applications through the pipeline. The willingness to utilize an internal and external feedback loop to ensure the ultimate goal of the program is achieved is a testament to the effectiveness of this interagency collaboration. Moving on to our energy efficiency and renewable energy rebate program. The Energy Office has led energy savings programs in the U.S. Virgin Islands that speak to the needs of the community. Our flagship and most successful initiative continues to be the Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy Financial Incentive Program. For the current 2021 to 2022 program year, federally funded under the Department of Energy EE 009493 grant, the Energy Office slightly exceeded the previous amount by providing USVI residents and small businesses over $180,000 in rebates on aggregate for Energy Star products and appliances and renewable energy products. Overall, the territory consistently reflects high participation numbers for this valuable offer. However, St. Croix residents have steadily flocked to the program in greater numbers and exceed the combined number of submitted applications for both St. Thomas and St. John. Applicant participation for the current program year proved no different, with 250 applicants from St. Croix and a combined number of only 45 from St. Thomas and St. John. Applicants and businesses alike have repeatedly expressed positive remarks regarding the huge impact of helping residents simultaneously conserve energy, save money, and stimulate local business economy. Moving forward, the Energy Office will continue to diversify the eligible technology that can be leveraged for the rebate. And for this upcoming program year, electric vehicles and EV charging stations will be included for eligibility as well. The goal here is to reduce the barriers of EV adoption through financial incentives. Moving forward to the real-time energy monitoring program, The Energy Office launched the Real-Time Energy Monitoring Program in April of 2021 with funding provided by the U.S. Department of Energy. The Energy Monitoring Pilot Program was designed for residents and small businesses to evaluate their energy usage and Energy Star product savings in real time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The Energy Office partnered with a local solar company to successfully install over 150 energy monitoring devices and provided customer education on setting up their devices, and which was accessed through a web portal or smartphone. These device installations gave residents and business owners much needed insight into their day-to-day electrical usage, brought awareness to their real-time energy consumption, and empowered them to make critical decisions through behavioral and purchasing changes. Energy monitors are a vital way to learn about your electricity consumption, control appliance and device phantom loads, and make the necessary purchases and upgrades based on the data provided in real time. The success of this program has led to conversations with WAPA to explore opportunities that can leverage the existing AMI network to provide more granular energy usage data directly to the electrical customers. The Virgin Islands Comprehensive Energy Strategic Plan, VI Code Title 12, subsection 1153, states that the Governor of the Virgin Islands shall facilitate establishment of the Comprehensive Energy Plan for the Virgin Islands as required by 48 USC 1492, in conjunction with the Secretary of the Interior and United States Secretary of Energy. In 2020, the Virgin Islands Energy Office was allocated $75,000 of State Energy Program formula funds to develop a comprehensive energy strategic plan for the U.S. Virgin Islands. At the end of 2021, the Energy Office successfully entered into a MOA with UVI's Caribbean Green Technology Center to develop the comprehensive energy strategic plan and incorporate guidelines set forth by the National Association of State Energy Offices. The objective of this comprehensive energy strategic plan is to analyze the current energy landscape and provide policy recommendations for achieving clean, affordable, and reliable energy future for the Virgin Islands. The comprehensive energy plan will utilize data and research to foster competitive energy markets, promote diverse energy supplies, and ensure distributed energy affordability and reliability. Throughout the development of the plan, the comprehensive plan will, throughout the development of the cycle, community task force have been established to focus on various energy sectors addressed in the comprehensive energy strategic plan, and community feedback has been a critical component to the planning process, and I would like to take a brief moment to thank the many community members that have contributed both their time and perspective to this effort. Relative to the Virgin Islands Energy Office personnel, the Energy Office's personnel and services budget for fiscal year 2023 reflects funding for 17 full-time staff positions. There are 16 positions funded by the general fund and 3 positions that are partially fully funded by federal grants. For FY 2023, the Energy Office requested, 2022, the Energy Office requested and was provided funding for 3 additional positions: a deputy director, senior energy research policy analyst, and a contracts administrator. Once this FY 2022 budget was approved, those positions were we moved quickly to fill those positions. As a result of this effort, all 3 vacancies were filled by November of 2021, and we have already begun paying dividends as we rapidly expand the portfolio of innovative energy programs and projects. Currently, Energy Office is seeking to fill 2 vacancies, a program specialist and a grants program coordinator. We have already received a number of applications thus far, and we're looking forward to upcoming Department of Personnel job fairs to garner additional interest in the positions. Under President Biden's administration, we've already begun to see funding increase in support of energy-related projects. The U.S. Department of Interior, for example, has increased their annual funding allocations for the Energizing Insular Communities grant by $4 million for fiscal year 2022. It is paramount that the Energy Office team be well equipped with an adequate support staff that can enable access to the influx of federal funds and successfully manage the mobilization of these funds within the community. In conclusion, addressing the severe challenges facing the territory's energy sector on a recurring basis is not simply my job, but rather my passion. I have equipped myself both academically and professionally with the technical acumen needed to analyze energy issues and derive holistic solutions. As complex as the challenges facing the territory appear to be, let's not forget that there is an encyclopedia of case studies across the globe where dynamic energy solutions have not only been considered, but also implemented, garnering a deep understanding of proven successes across the industry and identifying how these solution sets can be repackaged to address the challenges facing the territory is one of my primary strategies in guiding the Energy Office. I would be remiss if I did not take an opportunity to thank my equally passionate staff at the Virgin Islands Energy Office. Their hard work and dedication have enabled the many successes I have had the honor of presenting here today. Developing the vision for the future of energy in the territory is a goal of the Energy Office will continue to achieve with the support of the 34th Legislature, the GVI, and the Virgin Islands community. Senators, this concludes my testimony for the fiscal year 2023 budget for the Virgin Islands Energy Office. I thank you for your time and attention, and I am available for any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Fleming, for your testimony. In your vacancies, in the post-audit report, you had 4 vacancies, but you signed that you filled 2. Turn to page 8 of 9 of the post-audit.
No, we didn't.
It was emailed to you. You don't have a copy of the post-audit report? Okay, let's take a 2-minute recess. the Committee of Finance is back on the record. We're having a discussion about the vacant positions. So on page 8 of 9, it's showing vacant positions, unclassified, grants program manager 21,630, program specialist 24,720. And then on the bottom, there's 2 vacant again, the same salary, 24,720 and 40,170. Can you explain that? Just put it on the record. That's exactly what it is.
No problem. So it is the same position. However, since those positions are partially funded by the federal government, they are represented, as they represent on the list here, part of that, they represent the salary that's covered by the government funds, and then the funds that are, the part of the salaries that are funded by the federal funds.
Okay.
However, is only 2 positions to be filled, 2 vacancies to be filled.
Okay, and the program specialist is funded 50% from the federal, 50% from the local,
Correct.
Yes.
and grant manager is what, like a 66, 33?
65% federal and
35.
35% local.
Okay, thank you
No problem.
so much. Senator Joseph, you recognize we're going to have a short round. This is a very small entity, so 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good afternoon to colleagues, the listening audience, and the testifiers. I want to just say thank you, Energy Office and your people, for the hard work they're doing and that they continue to do regardless. I do have some concern. I just want you to know I find it unacceptable, Director, that you're submitting your testimony for today, yesterday. It is unacceptable. Please do not do it anymore. Okay?
Understood.
They have sent out, we sent out these these requests, and you are not new to this procedure. You are not a neophyte. And so you need to submit your testimony timely. That's my only issue right now. But let me dive deeper into some of the issues here that I looked at. Now, you have some outstanding vendor payments. Let's go to the post-audit report, since we received that timely enough to digest it. I'm on page 7 of 9, and you have some outstanding balance. You say partial payment here, PFA, partial payment. Where are you with these outstanding vendor payments? You have outstanding vendor payments to FLP. What does that acronym stand for? FPL Energy Services from 2014 fiscal year. And you said the funding source is PFA, all PFA funds expended. So are you owing any money? It says total outstanding balance is $291,936.94. Kindly explain to us what those numbers represent and how are you looking to pay these outstanding balances?
My name is Magdalene Lawrence. When I came to the Virgin Islands Energy Office, those invoices were pending. I was told those were to be paid by PFA.
Okay, my time. So what are you doing to pay them? What is being done to pay this vendor?
In our budget, we do not have funds to cover this. Last fiscal year, OMB did ask us to supply those past due vendor amounts, and they were going to try to pay them. They did not make the cut, and so we're hoping that the next time they will go ahead and pay for them.
Is it your representation? I'm so sorry to cut you off, Ms. Lawrence, but the chairman is really strict with me, and I'm a non-committee member with the time. And so I wanted to ask, is it your representation that this vendor is going to need to be paid during this fiscal year?
2 minutes.
Yes.
Okay, and this is the total outstanding vendor payments you have currently.
Yes.
Are there any other outstanding vendor payments?
No, Senator.
Okay, now let's move quickly before my time has elapsed and look at your No, I don't see anything here in the post-audit report relative to your actuals. Did we receive any of your actuals through the chairman to post-audit? Did they? I'm not looking. I'm not seeing it. Did we receive any actuals based on your spending?
I did send it in, but I'll be happy to go through.
Yes, kindly go through with us. Let's start with what we have here as represented on page 4 of 9 in the post-audit report. Let's start with your personnel services, and we'll focus mostly on the general fund. Personnel services, how much have you spent on year to date?
Okay, so I have to let you know what I have there are the projected for 2023. I do not have the year to date, but I can provide that.
Okay,
At a
so you
later
don't
time.
have the year to date. You don't have the year to date expenditures?
Not as of today.
Okay, what do you have as most recent?
Okay, so I have what I'm presenting right now is our projected. For
No.
FY23.
We need the actuals. We need the actuals
Well-
year to date that you're expending from the general fund. Okay, this is the people's money, all taxpayers' money, and so we need to have that because this is a budget hearing. That's how we do the budget markup. So we need to have that information, Mr. Chairman.
Time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to exhaust my time, but we need to have that vital information. Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman and testifiers.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. You have the information from the ERP system?
I have the information. I sent it to OMB. It's not in the package I have.
But do you have
And I
it?
didn't get it, but I can provide that.
I was just asking if you have it there or you left it at the office.
It's at the office.
Okay, and you don't have a computer, you could pull it up here.
You forwarded it to OMB. I don't know if I would have been CC'd on that.
Okay, and what you sent to OMB or to post audit is probably the actuals from March, correct?
Yes,
No, we are trying to get more current, like July actuals to see exactly where you
we
are.
are.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's always good to know as to whether or not you're going to expend your entire budget or whether or not you are under. Most departments coming in have been way under in terms of their spending. Is there any way you can get somebody to provide that information for you?
Can you get?
Yeah.
Yes, I can.
Okay, so you go ahead and have someone send that information, and as soon as you get it, you let us know, and I'll put it on the record. Senator Blighter, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. Director Smith and your supporting team there with you, and thank you so much for your testimony. And what's your name, young lady, for financial person?
Magdalene Lawrence.
Ms. Lawrence. Hi, good afternoon, Ms. Lawrence. And it's important because your ask is 837,602, but how do we know that's accurate? Because based on your actual, it will give us a picture of exactly how much you have spent, how much you need. If you need that much or you need more, we don't know. So it's kind of hard, to have that conversation. We are not sure of the numbers. The numbers are very important. Okay, so you might be new to this, but in the future, make sure you try and get as much information as possible in terms of the actuals so we can know where we are at. For instance, when it comes to supplies, there was an appropriation of 110,000, but yet still for fiscal year 2023, you're asking for 996,000. So what role is being played in terms of that major difference between this fiscal year and 2023? What's happening in terms of supplies?
Can you repeat that again, please?
You're saying the change in supplies between fiscal year 2021 and 2022 moving forward. I can speak to at least what one of the realities that we've encountered as we're transitioning through the out of the COVID-19 phase. where a lot of our supplies, which were utilized for our outreach events, were reduced since we were not doing as much of our in-person education, outreach, and campaigns, which may be reflective in some of the reductions to the supplies.
What's under other services and charge? What's under that category? What's included in that?
Other service.
It's a broad spectrum.
Okay.
Everything from, well, sorry.
One at a time, please.
Yep.
And state your name for the record before you speak.
My name is Magdalene Lawrence. Under other services, we have relief to individuals and other services NOC, which includes miscellaneous expenses for Employee of the Year and other miscellaneous charges that we may have that doesn't fall under any other category.
Do you have anything special coming up for 2023? Because there's an $885,000 difference. Or is that an error?
That has to be an error.
So that's why I asked what's inclusive of that, because is that federal fund inclusive in that number?
Is that, are you talking about the federal funds?
Yes.
Okay, for our federal funds, all our expenditures fall under other services. So we normally have personnel, salary fringe, supplies, and all our program expenses fall under other services.
2 minutes.
I understand that, but what I'm asking, for this fiscal year, 110 was appropriated, but for your recommendation for next fiscal year 23 is 996,000. So I'm asking you, what does that represent? Do you have anything special coming forward? Speak to me.
That would either be the combination of federal funds we have from, would that be from combining the DOI and the DOE funds? It would be our only additional infusion, and that is under the federal funding segment.
And that number seems to be accurate based on those two funds you spoke to?
No, I wouldn't say that's 100% accurate because, for example, we had 1.15 million from the DOI. We have 200,000 from weatherization, over 200,000. So I would say that number doesn't reflect the aggregate of federal funds that we are currently administering.
And in terms of your federal funds, do you have any federal funds in jeopardy?
We do have one fund, which is this is a grant that was initiated before my time that does expire at the end of September. That's $200,000 for a distributed generation market structure plan. And
the plan never came forth?
We've actually been working with a third party to develop that plan. It's really looking at, the goal of that plan is looking at everything from solar and battery storage, especially at the residential and commercial level, what aggregating those resources and what type of programs could be developed.
And I think that seems to be very important, especially where we are in the territory. Do you see the agency utilizing and accomplishing that goal by the end date? And if not, have you applied for extension?
We've actually had this grant extended in the past, and hopefully the goal was to not have to request another extension. At this stage where we are with the third party, I'm confident that we'll be able to mobilize those funds before the end of September.
I'm happy to hear that, because I do not like to see any type of federal funds be returned, because then it says that we don't need it, basically. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time, and thank you for responses.
Thank you, Senator Blight. And I think the senator knows how much is in that particular category, but he just wanted to know, what are you spending it on? The 996, it is spent on what?
Yeah, so for example, with with our DOI grants, a portion of that is going to both the most recent vehicle procurement that we executed, as well as the accompanying charging station infrastructure. Okay. Those all fall under a combination of professional services, which would, I think, would define our other services category, as well as did they fall under equipment or supplies? We had the actual physical equipment for the charging stations. They classified that under equipment instead of a professional service.
Okay, so this is actually a part of the grant, the purchase of cars, or this is?
Yeah, well, the purchase of cars that's what the grant was supporting, was the procurement of vehicles in conjunction.
But that grant has already been utilized.
Excuse me?
that grant has already been utilized?
No, not all the funds. We were granted over $1.15 million for that project. So the vehicles was a portion of that project. The charging station and workforce development is the second part of that project.
Okay,
So it's all in the same grant.
So the excess that's left over is included in this 996 figure?
The professional service portion, yes, would have to be.
Okay. Senator Francis, you ready? Senator Francis, you recognized?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to the Virgin Islands Energy Office and Director Fleming and his supporting cast. And good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you very much for your testimony this afternoon in respect to the budget that have been sent down by the Office of OMB as well as the Governor's Office. Do you believe that this is sufficient in order for you to be able to carry out the mission and your vision of moving the Energy Office forward?
Yes, I do believe so. What since we lean so heavily on federal funds, as we see, one of the things that we've been trying to do is, one, equip our internal staff to support not just our ongoing federal fund access, but our growing resources. Unfortunately, we think we'll be able to, as we continue to grow, as those funds actually are delivered and start hitting our accounts, so that way we can start mobilizing them in the community. If we need to expand our team to support the mobilization of those that influx of resources, then we'll be able to lean on those federal resources to actually equip the personnel if necessary.
So I know today you spoke a little bit about some of your accomplishment.
Thank you.
What are some of your challenges?
Our challenges? Well, I think initially when I first started, I think staffing was one of our issues. But I think over the last few years, we've worked to improve that by the team that we've been able to build across the territory. Right now, if I think of our major challenges, a lot of our programs require a lot of interagency collaboration, and so it's really it can be an extensive effort, especially everybody has a lot of priorities that they're trying to accomplish as well. So really trying to improve our ability to cross-agency collaborate, so that way we can execute on some of these larger impact projects across the territory.
So I know that you spoke a little bit about some of your energy rebate programs.
Mm-hmm.
What is earmarked for the future, and especially what is earmarked for our seniors? Obviously, they continue to be on a fixed income as we continue to see the ever-increasing cost of energy in the territory. How can we better educate our seniors as well as provide some relief to them?
Deputy Director Jaffers, would you like to speak to the what's planned for the rebate program for this upcoming year, and then the weatherization program ramp up as well?
Absolutely. Michael Jaffers, Deputy Director.
What's the last name?
Jaffers. And so the State Energy Program, the Energy Efficiency Renewable Energy Rebate Program, it was successful last year. It was noted in the testimony that the Director just read. As far as this coming year, we do have an additional 170,000 dedicated for rebates. That's to include the vehicles is included in that. So 140,000 for appliances, and then another 30,000 for electric vehicles, and charging stations are part of that as well.
And can you speak to how are we simplifying the process by which we're offering these to our seniors? Obviously, they can go through the regimented, long application process. How can we best assist them? And if need be, how can we be able to support the application process by simplifying it, so that they could be able to reach them?
Okay. 2 minutes.
So as part of our efforts with the SEP team, we're going to be doing additional outreaches now that the COVID-19 restrictions have lifted. We intend on going out into the community and re-engaging as we used to in the past. And through that partnership with other agencies as well, being able to reach out to and get to the demographics that wouldn't normally be able to access perhaps the social media or digital avenues of communication, as well as radio communication. So. And then to the last part, the Weatherization Assistance Program does assist the elderly as well, and that program will be initiating as well. We'll be having an announcement for that too.
Very well, thank you. So recently there was some Tesla vehicle purchased. Who made the decision to purchase those vehicles, and what do you believe is the significant benefit by having the Tesla vehicles in the territory?
Yep. Yes. So the decision was ultimately the decision was mine to make, as we needed to mobilize both the resources that the Energy Office received for this project, as well as the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, who also received funding for these vehicles. We went through an extensive search process in trying to identify how we could enable a supply chain of vehicles to the territory. Unfortunately, the market for new vehicles, period, let alone new electric vehicles, is very challenged, and the Virgin Islands market is one that does not have much access to the supply chains that are across the U.S. After an exhaustive process of various vendor engagements, both locally and on the mainland as well, Tesla was actually one of the only, if actually the only, manufacturer and provider that was able to and willing to deliver vehicles to the territory. And ultimately, that was that on top of the value and performance that they can provide within our fleet was what forced that decision. In terms of the impact, transportation electrification for the Virgin Islands creates a number of opportunities, both from improving the customer base of the grid. Currently, our grid provides no fuel to gas vehicles. However, a transition to electric vehicles significantly grows the customer base for the utility, which removes having to put the weight of and the burden of the operation of the utility on those in our community who remain on the grid, as many more decide to go and invest in their own and disconnect from the grid in various ways. So looking at this as a long-term goal for growing a new customer base of energy use in the territory is a critical target for using this investment as the catalyst to build upon that opportunity.
Time.
And Mr. Chair, if I may just conclude. And obviously, it's all about demand and supply, right? And if in fact there'll be some reduction, obviously, on the emission as well.
Yes.
But we also have to be careful that we're able to balance by driving down the energy costs.
Right.
Because there's an association with charging of these vehicles.
Fortunately, not to interrupt. Fortunately, we've done a lot of analysis on the comparison between electric charging versus gas fueling, especially here in the territory, and the economics check out very well. And we're happy to share all that information in the testimony as well as with the community as well.
Very well. That's a good. What about the installation of the charging station throughout the territory? I know that I saw where in your testimony that in fact you have entered into a contract. Is there a specific timeline in which you're able to achieve these installations?
Yeah, so we haven't entered into a contract just as yet. We've been engaging a number of different vendors across the U.S. To support this effort, and we're hoping to close in and finalize on that engagement. Fortunately, we're looking at we'll be doing a number of level 2 chargers, which are much simpler technology to integrate, and so we're hoping before the end of this year, we will begin seeing those charging stations across the territory.
Very well, and my last question is in regards to the solar financing program. Can you again just give a down and dirty explanation of the solar financing program and simplification of it as well? I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for your time.
Yep, I'll give a quick, and maybe myself and Deputy Director Jaffers can tag team on it. So the financing program will be an on-bill financing program for solar PV and battery storage residential systems. The goal here is to have a no money down process and accessibility, as well as simplifying the repayment process by including it on your existing utility bill. We will see. Certainly, we intend to have approximately. And we're considering this our pilot program, so we're hoping to secure between 65 and 100 applicants within this first cycle. We're going to have a application window that opens in September of this year, so within the next few weeks. And we have information on our website as well as on our Facebook page, and we're going to be following up with a circulation of information through radio station engagement as well as press releases to get the community up to speed.
Point of inquiry, Senator Joseph. Thank you, Senator Francis.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Regarding a question by the previous senator surrounding the Teslas, do you have a maintenance plan in place to support the maintenance and upkeep of these vehicles? And could you elaborate on that?
Yep, no problem. So part of the procurement, we actually we're given access to Tesla's service and support, which is specifically designed for fleet operators. So that way, because as they've expanded and have many fleets incorporate them into their utilization profile, they provide this resource. So simple diagnostics and assessment, if there are any issues that arise are part of this procurement. Moving forward, we actually have already have a workforce development plan for supporting not just these vehicles, but EVs in general in the territory. And we've actually been in conversation with a number of third-party service providers as we look at expanding the utilization of EVs in the territory. We're using this purchase to demonstrate our commitment, and that's opening the door for engagement with a number of third-party service providers that are interested in training and building out the workforce across the territory to support this transition as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Before I go to Senator DeGraff, welcome Senator Janelle Sarro. Senator DeGraff, you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. I was looking in, Director, in terms of your personnel services from 21 at 55%, 22 at 53%, and 23 now at 54%. What is your how much employees do you have working there? Would you?
We currently have 14 positions filled, and we are in the process of filling two additional vacancies.
Okay, so has it been fluctuating with getting those 14 individuals? Will you get some and then you might have lost some, and then get them back or rehire?
Sorry, could you repeat the question, please?
Has it been where you went straight up to 14, or has it been where you get individuals and then you lose and then you rehire? How has it been with your fluctuation of personnel?
Yeah, when I joined the office in 2019, we had 10 employees, and so we've systematically grown the additional 4 over the last few years.
Okay, great. And are they unionized employees?
Yes, we have currently 3 unionized employees.
How many is that?
3.
3. Okay, good. Have they themselves had any wage negotiations prior to the 23 budget, 22, 21? And how are they current on their payments and everything?
Ms. Berg?
For the Virgin Islands Energy Office, currently the government and the union are in continued negotiations for increased wages. And a correction, we have 2 classified employees.
2 classified that are classified non-union, GS, you mean?
Classified unionized. They're in United Steelworkers Masters.
Okay. And the other 12 are exempt?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And have they any exempt employees receive wage increases in the 22 budget?
Yes. There were 4 employees that received increases in FY22. And basically what we did was those employees had additional duties and responsibilities. And so we aligned those duties and responsibilities to reflect what they were currently doing, and we created new job description, and therefore they were compensated accordingly.
2 minutes.
Okay, and those 4 positions are what?
Those 4 positions are the Federal Support Program Specialist, the Fiscal Operations Specialist, the Fiscal and Budget Manager, and myself, the HR and Labor Relations Manager.
Okay, and the vacancies are
the vacancies
unionized positions, or
they are also exempt positions. They are the Grants Program Coordinator and the Program Specialist.
Okay, good. Now, outstanding vendors. How much do you owe outstanding vendors presently?
Other than the ones presented, we do not have any outstanding vendors at the moment.
Okay, I was just checking to see. And now, in regards to rentals, where is the energy office in St. Thomas?
It is located at Niski Center on St. Thomas, and we're located at number 2 Estate Carlton on St. Croix.
Okay, so has the rent increased since you moved to Niski Center and Carlton area?
No, actually, the transitions also actually resulted in expenditure reductions or cost reductions on both sites.
Okay, great, good to hear. So energy really saving energy. Now,
We're
in
trying to
regards
lead by
to
example.
in regards to your mandates for the government, especially now that we have some Tesla vehicles and putting up these charging ports, is that something that the energy office would be the one undertaking? And do you contract that out? Or is that-
Time.
Yes, so yes, that is going to be a project through the energy office, and we would be contracting out the electrical integration of these charging stations at the various sites across the territory where they will be deployed.
Okay, all right. Also, thank you for the time. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraaf. Senator Saro, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have much to ask. I've been listening, and most of what I wanted to ask has been asked. But quickly, where am I? Oh, sorry. On page 4 of your testimony, the microgrid at the St. Croix Educational Complex. What's your time frame on that?
Yep, so the contract was signed in May of 2022, and the goal was for that to be a 1-year contract. Our goal is to have that system in place and ready for the 2023, ahead of the 2023 hurricane season.
And so you got $625,000, and then you had a match from education for $350, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so what is the cost to maintain that over the years?
Yep, so our the maintenance
Was it
cost.
asked already?
No,
Okay.
no one asked about the maintenance cost.
Good.
Yeah, so we anticipate really marginal, if limited maintenance costs associated with the solar and battery system. Part of the actual grant is to include workforce development, which would be supporting the on-site facilities team to be able to support and maintain aspects of the microgrid deployment as well.
So for that workforce development, are you utilizing the $19 million in the ARPA funding, or?
No, that was actually included in the grant. So when we got a portion of the grant was dedicated for the actual physical infrastructure, and we also earmarked funds for the workforce development to ensure the sustainability of the project.
And what's that amount for workforce development?
I believe it was about 40,000 was
40,000?
Yeah.
Okay. So what's your target group for that 40,000?
The target group? Well, so a lot of that would be the training resources for the on-site, for the facilities.
Or training resources, not
Yes.
salaries.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
Because I was like 40,000. Okay.
Yeah.
So, and this was a grant, right?
Yeah, so this
So
is the U.S. Department of Interior Energizing Insular Communities
So
grant.
can you apply for another grant for the other district?
Yes, we actually did apply for a microgrid for the St. Thomas district last year from that funding source. However, that one was not approved, but we will continue to seek out those type of funding resources.
Okay. And let's go back 1 second. So what's the minimal, you said minimal cost to maintain, but what does that look like?
I can get you kind of average operation and maintenance cost.
And what's the lifespan of these, of a microgrid?
Yep. So the solar portion, those systems are generally warranted for over 20 years, like warranted on the equipment. On the batteries tend to be warranted between 10 to 15 years, depending on the technology choice.
And through the chair, I'd like to know what is that minimal cost to maintain
2 minutes.
the solar? What is it called again?
Microgrid.
Microgrid. Good.
Yep.
Now,
Happily
my
do
last
so.
question actually, like two more questions briefly. The solar financing program, and there's talk about solar, and I do agree with more renewables, but as a chair of the WAPA board, what financial impact does that have on WAPA when you have more people that are coming off of the grid?
Yeah, so it's a delicate balance, I think, is the best way to describe it. I think this is especially utilizing the on-bill financing structure, I think opens the door to potentially looking at ways in which the utility can actually be a participant in the distributed energy market as opposed to just losing, revenue and cash flows as a result of it. It's kind of a business development undertaking that, with so much going on, hasn't really been focused on, but we're hoping this might be able to catalyze ways in which the utility can actually participate.
And what's your plans? You said delicate balance, but what are you doing? Like, is it a plan in the next 6 months, a year? What's your target? I like timelines, if you haven't noticed.
No. Well, for the financing program, we will be launching that in September. So that's when the applications for that program will begin. We're hoping that we'll actually see the installations from that program begin within November or December before the end of this year.
Okay, and then lastly, the rebate program. Actually, before we go on the rebate program, are you able to do a study and quantify, because it does end up being a budget question, quantify the savings that you have a 15-year loan for a grid up to $30,000, an annual interest rate of 1%. But overall, in us like trying to prove the argument that we need more renewables, what is the average savings to someone who has enrolled in this program?
Time.
So we actually, great question, thank you for that. So one of the things that we've done, this is actually predates this program, but we developed a solar savings calculator. So this is actually a tool that anybody can use, whether it be a homeowner, installer, can input their energy usage, the cost of the system, and the financing terms, and it actually will calculate what the anticipated their new obligation would be and what their savings would be. That's actually going to be an instrumental part of this program. It's what we're going to be using to ensure that every participant is receiving savings.
Because it'd be nice to do a study 5 years from now and say of the 30 participants in this program, their energy bills have been reduced by this amount. So when you reduce that by that amount, then the purchasing power, the capital that family has to spend on groceries or family vacations, quality of life, it does improve. And Mr. Chair, just one quick question. The rebate program, I see 250 applicants on St. Croix, 45 St. Thomas, St. John. Why? Is it marketing?
I think we've really got to improve our marketing. Because one of the things that we realize is that the vendors are very much engaged in the marketing on St. Croix. I think one of the things that we, as much as we, balance the marketing efforts across the territory, I think we have to ensure that our vendors in St. Thomas are just as engaged in promotion of the program as they are on St. Croix.
Okay. Thank you for your time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Sarro. The recent legislation passed by President Biden, the Inflation Reduction Act. Have you had a chance to review it and see what we're going to be eligible for in terms of rebates or the impact on the Virgin Islands?
Yeah, it comes in a number of different forms. For example, we will see increases to our weatherization program, increases to our state energy program. What we've been provided, we work very closely with the National Association of State Energy Offices, and so they do a lot of the analysis and kind of break out what the expected impacts and influxes will be. It covers a wide spectrum, but yes, we are very well abreast of the resources that will be coming to the territory.
Is it structured as entitlements or competitive?
Varies. So, for example, while we're on the topic of EVs, so there's a $7.5 billion allocation for EV infrastructure. $5 billion of that is formula funds. $2.5 billion of that is going to be competitive. The Virgin Islands doesn't qualify for the $5 billion of formula funds, so any of those...
Oh, we don't qualify, you said?
Not for the $5 billion. None of the insular territories did. So Samoa, Guam, Puerto Rico did, but I think part of it comes down to the goal of that funding is specifically to electrify interstate highways. to allow for longer distance commuting of electric vehicles across the nation. And since our footprint doesn't really constitute that, So but the 2.5 billion portions of that we will have, and that will be competitive, and we will have access to that.
And we have somebody that is poised and ready to go after the competitive grants.
Yes.
Okay. Colleagues, if no more questions, I'm going to allow Mr. Fleming to put a closing statement on the record, and we're going to move to the next group. You may close.
Thank you. Not too much in closing, other than just wanted to thank, once again, the legislature for this opportunity to present here today. The Energy Office will continue to try to push the territory forward, not just in addressing the issues of today, but also in addressing the energy issues of the future. So thank you for the opportunity, and look forward to continuing to serve.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fleming, and thank those individuals who came with you to assist in providing answers. The Committee of Finance will recess for 5 minutes. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Madam Clerk, the last item on the agenda.
The Department of Agriculture invited testifiers, Positive T.A. Nelson, Commissioner.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Nelson, I'm going to allow you to put your name and title on the record, and then I'll move on to your staff. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Senator Kurt Viale. My name is Positive T.A. Nelson, the Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture.
Next.
Yes, good afternoon, Senator. I'm Diana Collingwood, the Assistant Commissioner.
Yeah, one minute. Let me get your mic up a little bit. Try it again.
Diana Collingwood, Assistant Commissioner of Agriculture.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon, Aaron Bryan, Director of Administration and Management.
Thank you. We also have some individuals that are participating virtually. So I'll begin with Mr. Farley.
Afternoon. Yeah, this is Mr. Chioki Farley, Director of Horticulture.
Sir Tisari. Ms. Abraham. Unmute your device.
Good afternoon, Geraldine Abraham, Financial Management Supervisor.
Ms. Tuit Elliott.
Good afternoon, Ms. Elliott, Administrator of Fiscal and Personnel Services.
Sir Charles.
Good afternoon, Rennie Charles, Physical Officer.
Abraham.
Good afternoon, Billy Abraham, Director of Marketing Division.
Sir Tisari, let's try again.
Yes, good afternoon, Tafari Tizadi, Assistant Property Manager.
Okay, anyone that I miss? I don't think so.
I see the ones that I see.
There are a number of individuals, and I think we're good.
There's a Deputy Commissioner from St. Thomas and Mr. Jawanza Hilaire also from St. Thomas.
Okay, Deputy Commissioner St. Thomas, who is?
Risa Hodge.
Risa Richards. She
Risa
has
Richards,
not.
sometimes.
She is not on signed in, unless she's under somebody else. She's Miss Reese Richards.
We also had a veterinarian who I see there.
Miss Reese Richards. Okay, I'm not seeing that person signed in unless they're under somebody else's device. I'm seeing a Wallace Hilaire.
Yeah, Jawanza. Dr. Bradford is just.
Ms. Wallace Hilaire, can you? Jawanza, can you unmute your device and put your name on the record, name and title?
Hello.
Unmute your device and put your name on the record. It's Dr. Bradford?
Yes, Dr. Bethany Bradford, Director of Veterinary Services.
Okay, I'm trying again. Jawanza Wallace Hilaire. Unmute your device and then you can put your name on the record. Okay, you need to unmute your device. Okay, there it is. Put your name on the record.
Good afternoon, I'm Jawanza Hilaire.
Position?
I'm Director for Agricultural Development.
Thank you. Is the Deputy Commissioner on?
Oh, yes, the deputy is right here. Good afternoon, Mr. Richards, Deputy Commissioner.
Thank you. That's the last person, Commissioner?
Yes, and I think it is.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed with your testimony.
Well, I think you got the veterinarian, Dr. Bradford.
Yeah, I got
because-
Dr. Bradford.
Okay, and I think the abattoir director, I didn't see her.
Which one?
I didn't see Miss Rogers for the abattoir.
Abattoir director?
Yeah. Okay, there she is.
Okay, you're sharing a device and put your name on the record.
Carlene Rogers, Director of the Abattoir.
Okay, thank you so much. You may proceed.
Good day, Mr. Chairman, Senator Kurt Violet, members of the Committee on Finance, other senators of the 34th Legislature, and the Legislature Central staff. I am Positive T.A. Nelson, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture. VITA is here to tell us of our challenges and successes during the fiscal year and to defend our 2023 fiscal budget. Joining me are, and I guess they've already introduced themselves, and of course we have some via virtual. Food production is a vital component of all communities. We at VITA take pride in our commitment to facilitate restoration, redevelopment, and sustenance of a vibrant agriculture industry in the Virgin Islands. In these times when there is a critical need for establishing local food security and sovereignty, while food scarcity is a threat, opportunities for growth in our food sector is evident. VITA continues to work toward decreasing our dependency on food imports by increasing the capacity of farmers, encouraging the interest of young people, and implementing conservation practices. Some wins and accomplishments during the past year. The installation of via landline phone service has finally commenced and should be fully implemented by end of August 2022. Animal shelters have been settled for all prior year obligations, and all funding for animal control and the spay-neuter program has been disbursed. We met recently about increasing efficiency in fulfilling mandates of our mutual agreements, especially relative to capturing stray animals. The total number of spays and neuters to date by organization, the St. Croix Animal Welfare Center, they did 1,355. The Animal Care Center of St. John, Inc. did 220, and the Humane Society of St. Thomas, Inc. did 187. The long-awaited administration building in the St. Croix district is expected to break ground by mid-October. Major refurbishing of the Cinderella Bungalow Market on St. Thomas was conducted to include painting and deep cleaning. We established a collaboration with the Small Business Development Agency to provide free technical assistance to farmers in developing business plans. VITA engagement in the development of the Territorial Agricultural Plan, a major milestone that outlines our vision for the local agriculture industry to meet food security and sovereignty needs. Week-long USDA food safety assessment conducted at the St. Croix Abattoir during the week of April 21st, and per the Executive Associate for Regulatory Operations stated, open quotations, the USDA Food Safety Inspection Service continues to see strides of improvement in adhering to regulatory requirements, 9 CFR, and saw the dedication and knowledge of both your management team and your staff relative to food safety and red meat slaughter. We appreciate the efforts you and your team have put forward to learn the regulatory structure and commit to excellence in meeting requirements, end of quotations. The USDA Frontline Supervisor and an Enforcement Investigations and Analysis Officer from Atlanta District Office is scheduled to conduct outreach and training on August 15th and 16th at the St. Croix Abattoir. This just happened. We conducted land preparation activities including bulldozing, grass cutting, plowing, and tilling for over 200 farms. Was awarded $44,000 to establish the Seniors Farmers Market Nutrition Program to provide fresh nutritious, unprepared, locally grown fruits, vegetables, honey, and herbs from farmers to low-income seniors in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Food boxes valued at $50 each will be distributed to eligible seniors 5 dates in October. Funding secured to establish an agriculture development pilot program for at-risk youths living in public housing communities, $112,400. The program will teach participants how to access, grow, market, and consume locally grown crops. 3 housing communities were identified, and 10 youths from each community will be selected to participate. Education and technical assistance to grow crops will be provided, and all produce will be purchased by Vida Marketing Division. Mr. Hans Lowetz of Annalee Farms received the National Association of Conservation Districts, NACD, Distinguished Service Award at the NACD's 2022 annual meeting held in Orlando, Florida, in February 12th to the 16th of 2022. Mr. Dale Brown of Sager Farm was inducted in the National Association of Conservation Districts, NACD, Southeast Region Conservation Hall of Fame at the NACD's 2022 Summer Forum in St. Croix, Virgin Islands on July 13th, 2022. 17 new farmers have received a total of 144.5 acres of Government of the Virgin Islands community farmland for the 2021-22 fiscal year. 180 farmland tax exemption certifications were successfully processed through the tax assessor's office. Continued collaboration with USDA Animal Plant Health Inspection Service, APHIS, the St. Croix Abattoir, and USDA Wildlife Services to support enhanced surveillance for African swine fever within the protection zone. 100% of the 33 swine premises have tested negative. Swine sample collection and tick collection is ongoing territory-wide. Bond tick eradication and ASF, African swine fever surveillance program activities being captured for inclusion in national database. Surveillance occurring in 3-kilometer areas with 2,000 animals, and that's a large feat, on 55 premises. Veterinary medical officer assigned to provide additional tech support. FEMA projects. We are currently working to expedite the projects in the St. Thomas, St. John district, of which 35% have been completed, while on St. Croix we are at an 84% completion rate. To date, the total amount expended in public assistance funds for completed projects is $1,272,781.54. Significant challenges and solutions implemented with plans for continued efforts. Prevalence of climate change and related environmental impacts. We reestablishment of the Virgin Islands Conservation District to allow for engagement and funding from the National Association of Conservation Districts and related partners to establish federally funded programs to mitigate the impacts of climate change. 1 member has been confirmed to the VICD board, the Virgin Islands Conservation District Board, and 2 are to be considered later on this month, I think on the 25th of August in the Rules Committee. Ongoing enhancements to water distribution, accessibility, and storage to farmers. Distributed over 502,950 gallons of water monthly, and up to 1 million in certain months to farmers territory-wide. Provide temporary relief to farmers at both Bodo and Dartia, and continue to engage in collaborative efforts with the Government of the Virgin Islands, USDA Natural Resources Conservation Service, and the Department of Interior to establish a permanent water distribution and road system in Estate Bodo. Department of Interior grant funds being expended to provide maintenance on the water infrastructure in Estate Bodo. Additionally, another well is being brought online to increase the water supply and to enhance the existing water distribution system throughout. Government of the Virgin Islands Community Farmland Inventory and Distribution. There's a master land lease updated with accurate plot information to include all new leaseholders. Partnership with Department of Property and Procurement created to conduct farm inspections to assess appropriate use and to place boundary markers on all plots. Inspections in conjunction with Department of Property and Procurement scheduled to begin August 18th on St. Croix and soon after on St. Thomas. Need for professional development to increase employee morale and technical skills. Staff scheduled to attend grant management overview training hosted by OMB, as well as grant management course hosted by Department of Labor and UBI Cell. These courses will provide information about how to implement grants, manage projects, manage data, and put internal controls in place. Food Production Division staff engaged in a week-long professional development in Puerto Rico. Heavy equipment mechanics engaged in fleet management software and equipment diagnostic training. Veterinary Services staff members engaged in a recent symposium on animal mortality held in North Carolina. VITA's first graduate of the Virgin Islands Certified Public Managers Program, CPM, capstone projects entitled Staff Capacity Building Initiative to enhance technical, professional, customer service, and technical skills of VITA employees was developed by our very own Assistant Commissioner Diana Collingwood. The initiative will further enhance employee morale and increase staff's ability to perform their respective job functions. Implementation is scheduled to begin in October 2022. Lack of adequate land preparation and ag-related service equipment timelines, timeliness of service, and need for additional staff. We purchased a fleet of land preparation machinery, a Holland tractor and implements, front loader tractor and implements, at a total cost of $211,200. Investment of $44,780.23 on heavy equipment machinery parts for inventory purposes to avoid delays in repairs. 2 additional heavy equipment operators hired. New specialized veterinary services vehicles purchased for St. Croix. Lack of consistency and efficiency in providing services to farmers. Increase in consistency and variety of services provided. Animal transport licenses, range of livestock feeds, seedlings, fruit trees, seeds, molasses, fertilizer, farmers market, booth rental spaces, veterinary health service site visit and supplies, water delivery, and hay provided. Farmers meetings scheduled for end of August and September with livestock and crop farmers in both districts to discuss licensing and land lease rules and regulations. Planned facility and security. Vita St. Croix facility plans to do fencing, relocation of security safe to a more secure location, and security cameras were installed. Need for increased technical agriculture skills locally to sustain agricultural development, local food security, and sovereignty needs. Both St. Croix and St. Thomas Vita campuses host school field trips and student agricultural and educational and career engagement activities. Both St. Croix and St. Thomas Vita campuses host conducted agri-science career fairs on July 26, 2022 on St. Croix for 80 students with local and federal agriculture industry partners. Vita collaborating with USDA and RCS and UVI School of Agriculture to host Shaping Equity through Conservation, Youth Outreach, Entrepreneurship, and Leadership Development 3-day retreat in October. 2023 fund appropriation. The fiscal year 2023 general fund appropriation for VITA is $5,685,958. $4,261,818 is allocated to personnel and fringe benefits. $346,511 for supplies. $160,000 for utilities, and $629 for other services, which includes animal service contracts, $400,000, and the Industrial Hemp Commission, $276,425. In addition, we anticipate receipt of non-appropriated funds from the Agriculture Revolving Fund of $200,346, generated from the sales and services of planting materials such as seeds, seedlings, and trees to the community, and the Tourism Advertising Fund of $1 million. This will total $1,200,346 in non-appropriated funds for the fiscal year 2023. Federal grant funds available from multi-year USDA specialty crop grants, forest legacy grants, urban forestry grants, and other grantors total $1,064,080. This results in $7,950,384 in funds available for fiscal year 2023. VITA personnel. The Department of Agriculture has a total of 62 active employees, with 51 on St. Croix, 9 on St. Thomas, and 2 on St. John. 28 are exempt, and 38 are classified. Acknowledgement. The VITA family has made great strides during recent years. We are grateful for the increase in staff morale observed, the professional growth realized, the opportunity to build capacity and engage with our local and federal partners, and the increased pledge for funding support from our federal partners to better engage our farming community. We are especially thankful for the high level of community engagement in agriculture and the wide range of value stakeholders we serve. A special thank you to those who actively participate in cultivating our local food supply, including crop and livestock farmers, beekeepers, aquaculturists, fishers, and all those who advocate for a healthy environment. Your engagement and support are of great value to us, and we welcome your input. We are grateful to the 34th Legislature for their strong advocacy and support of agriculture development in the territory. Thank you. We especially acknowledge and thank the Governor, Lieutenant Governor, and the entire Brian Roach administration for their leadership and support in the development of agriculture in the Virgin Islands. We would like to close by once again acknowledging our hardworking VITA family. Thank you for your efforts and dedication to our community and to the future of a sustainable and secure Virgin Islands agriculture industry. Following Mr. Chair, our charts, we have comparative years of our appropriations of fiscal year 2020, 2021, and 2022 year to date. That's followed by a personnel listing, listing of vehicles, professional service contracts. I don't know if you want me to go through those things or just leave that for questions. Well, we thank you for the opportunity to present, and we are open for any questions you may have, Mr. Chairman.
We thank you so much for your testimony. Commissioner Nelson, colleagues, we're going to go to a 6-minute round, beginning with Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon. Commissioner Nelson and your supporting team there with you, and thank you for your testimony. Commissioner, you spoke to, in your federal grant, in a grant you spoke to, federal grants, $7.9 million available for 2023, but I want to speak to the 8 grants that expires next month, which equals $1.3 million. In particular, let me start with Interior, because I know in your testimony you spoke to Interior too, and what you're trying to accomplish in terms of roads, etc. There is one grant for Interior for the available was 185,000, but only 10,000 have been spent. There's 174,000 left. The Department of Interior, the F8373. What are those funds for?
Okay, thank you very much for the question, Senator.
I can speak to that.
Commissioner.
Assistant Commissioner Collingwood. Those are funds to shore up our infrastructure in Bordeaux and Dorothea.
Which is badly needed.
Yes. And that grant was extended. So we have extension for 6 months, and we are at expenditures of $44,000 that we could verify. And we're in the process of expending all the funds.
What's the challenge? Because
Excuse me?
What's the challenge with expending those funds?
Initially, the challenge was accessing the funds. This was a grant that was on the record since 2018. We had to revise the grant, renew the grant, and then the funds were held in some type of purchase order from the previous administration. So it took a while for us to access the funds to begin the expenditures.
So you anticipate, first of all, have those 8 grants been, have you asked for extension for all of
yes,
those? And will
for
you,
every grant.
Wait, let me finish. And will you, just be succinct with your answer, do you anticipate utilizing those funds before it expires?
Yes, definitely. There's a need for it, and the plans are in place to do so.
I'll take your word for it, and I'll follow up.
Please do.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Also, now, let's go to from your federal grants. Let's go to your you have any outstanding vendor payments?
Yeah, we usually have some things that stir.
Name before you speak.
Administration and management. Currently, no, we don't have any outstandings.
No outstanding vendor payments.
All right.
Okay, good to know. Let me ask, in terms of capital outlays, equipment, etc. I know you have challenges with equipment. Did you appropriate anything for equipment, repairs, upgrade? And what are your challenges in that area?
Well, we did do some purchasing, and we have some more on order right now. And we did do some hiring. We're going to need some more heavy equipment operators. We are awaiting negotiations with the union in order to change the beginning salary. We were able, thankful to the legislature for giving that boost, we were able to adjust the salaries of the current heavy equipment operators, but we have yet to negotiate a new beginning salary because we haven't gotten to the table yet.
How many vacancies do you have?
How many vacancies in total?
Yes. And how many of those vacancies are considered as critical vacancies?
13 vacancies.
13?
13, all of them.
All of them are critical?
Yeah.
And you have a plan in place to onboard individuals in short order?
Yes, we are trying. The processes are what they are, but we're trying to get them on board.
And I know the budget hearing, but before my time is called, I want to honestly state for the record in terms of the testimony and my disappointment in the St. Thomas St. John district and as a farmer myself in terms of planting food in my yard on a regular. And I speak to the farmers on a regular basis and I do everything in my power to assist them and the livestock owners. I have not heard anything about the St. Thomas abattoir. And I've been getting a lot of feedback and complaints in terms of the time it takes to come to from St. Croix, average of 2.5 to 3 months, for many individuals not wanting to buy those meat, even though it goes to St. Croix because of the stress that the animals face and in terms of the meat, after it gets back to St. Thomas. And in respect to that, also the amount of machinery, delegate important machinery in the abattoir that is not being maintained in terms of turning it on and making sure we maintain those very, very expensive machinery. What is being done in respect to the St. Thomas abattoir and repairs and or upkeep of those equipment, even though it's closed, because those are specialized equipment for those animals and the livestock farmer themselves, they're very passionate, they're very concerned, and they're very engaged in that area, and they take it personal. So I would like to hear some feedback, please, in that respect, because I hear from them on a regular, and they're very, very, very distraught and upset at this time.
So we had thank you for the last question. We had a program in place where we would ship over animals to St. Croix and have them shipped back after 1 day. Ms. Rogers is on board here and she can say that. I think what hinders that now is the schedule of the ships. That changed, and that's creating some challenges relative to what's going on with the St. Thomas Abattoir. We are awaiting a scope of work to begin reconstruction of the St. Thomas Abattoir. There is some insurance monies to do that. Regarding the equipment, no, we have not started the equipment in quite some time. We were at one point, and we do a lot of repairs even to the coolers, but as you know, they're sitting in there unused, so all those things are things we're going to have to tend to once we begin this reconstruction process.
Is there power to the abattoir?
There is. I don't think it was cut. I think there still is. Ms. Richards, Deputy Commissioner?
Good afternoon, Mr. Richards, Deputy Commissioner. As far as I know, there is power to it.
Okay, very well. But please, in short, can you have someone, even as the farmer employees who maintain those machinery, go and basically make assure that they're being turned on and operational, because we cannot afford, even if we rebuild, to basically invest in those equipment because they're very, I don't want to put on the record, they're very, very expensive. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your responses.
All right.
I appreciate that.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Ms. Richard, you said as far as you know, it is on. Who knows whether or not it is on? It shouldn't be as far as you know.
Okay,
That's a yes or no.
I will have somebody here go and get Mr. Olive, and he would be the best qualified. So give me a second, please.
Thank you so much. Point of inquiry, Senator Johnson.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My point of inquiry is in regards to these 3 grants. One will be expiring the 29th, one the 20th, and one of the 1st. What's the date of the extension that was granted? The 3 grants that we spoke about, one time up on September 20th, 2022, one already expired August 1st, and the other one September 29th. You said that you got an extension. What's the time frame of that extension that was granted?
The final one on the list, the one that ends August 31st, that was expended.
Speak into the mic.
Sorry. The one that expires August 31st, 2022 was extended for 1 year, a no-cost extension, and that was approved. One that expires, the DOI grant that expires on September 30th, that was a 6-month extension through March, I believe, and we are on track to spend those funds. Another one.
The 20th?
The 20th is the tap equipment. The balance in that grant is,
Go to the mic, please.
sorry, the balance of that grant is a minimal 3,800, it shows here. So our plan is to spend that one. There is still enough time to spend the remaining funds. So there's no issue there, and we're working on that.
Thank you very much. Thank you
You're
very
welcome.
much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. The Department of Interior grant has been there for 4 years, and you spent $10,000.
Now, it was there for, you mind, may I respond? I'm sorry. It was
Yes.
there for 4 years, but it was only last year that we repurposed the remaining funds because it was scheduled to rebuild a cistern project back then. So we repurposed the funds to utilize it to shore up the existing infrastructure because it's been there. The infrastructure both in Bodo and Dorothea has been there, but there was no maintenance done on it. So these are fundings we are going to use to create new lines, to purchase some pumps, to bring the wells. It's an ongoing project.
For Dorothea and Bodo?
And both, yes, both projects.
Okay, and you expect to spend that by September 30th?
It was extended to March.
Okay,
I got a
so by
6-month extension.
The 6-month period, you
Yes.
should get everything done.
Yes, we have quotes and specs and everything in place.
Okay, thank you so much. Senator
You're welcome.
Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
In regards to KPI, key performance indicators, what is a KPI, Commissioner? What is it that you're looking forward to in terms of accountability and you're tracking for improvements for the Department of Agriculture?
What am I looking forward to? I'm looking forward to increased efficiency in all areas, in our service output, in our revenue generation, in employee performance and morale build-up.
But what is your KPI in the budget? What is it that you have turned in to the Office of Management and Budget in terms of your KPIs?
I don't know. Did you have that?
Smith.
Miss, who's have that? Miss
Richards.
Miss Richards, do you have that? You talking about the percentage?
Yeah.
The KPIs?
Yes. Key performance indicators.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Smith? They're asking about the percentage for the key performance indicators.
The key percentage overall or the?
Yes, speak up so they can hear you. Yes.
Good afternoon. The key percentage
Your name-
overall.
put your name on the record.
Hi, I'm Nikita Smith, the office administrator that handles the monthly reports and the KPI report.
The overall percentage is what? For the KPI.
Okay, the person need to come to a device. We can't have one person relaying information to the next. The senator is trying to get a direct answer. If she can come to the device and answer the question directly, Senator will give you back the time that have been lost.
Explain to you.
Good afternoon. I'm Nikita Smith, the Office Administrator for St. Thomas that handles the monthly reports and the KPI report. We don't keep track of the overall percentage. We have a report that handles each department what the overall aspects far as the questions for the KPIs through OMB.
Commissioner, is someone tasked with overseeing your KPIs? Well, first of all, let me ask you, were you required to submit to the Office of OMB your KPIs?
Yes, that is something which required. We did have a shift in who managed that initially. Initially was Ms. Carter. Ms. Carty is no longer there. We had a shift, and Ms. Smith is now submitting those monthly reports.
Well, please take a look at that, because obviously that's what's guide accountability and be able to make determination how efficient and effective the Department of Agriculture is working towards achieving those KPIs.
Right, and if I remember correctly, it was somewhere between like 15 or 25% increase, I think, but I will look at it closer to.
Please get back to the chair so you can circulate on that. And also, who's responsible for overseeing the compliance of the KPIs? Have you been receiving, or have you received the additional funding as per Act 8259 in respect to the additional funds that's made available to the Department of Agriculture for a specific purpose?
I don't think we've seen the impact of that act yet.
Fiscal person, can you speak to that? Have you not seen any upward in terms of your budget? Have you not seen any increase in your budget as required by Act 8259 law? Anyone aware of Act 8259?
Can research that, but
That's the one that gives the percentage of the overall budget to the Department of Agriculture.
Yes.
No, we haven't seen. Our budget this year is $204,000 less than the budget last year.
And last year, have you received the funding in FY22?
And we haven't seen any specific designation as of that act to the department.
So here it is that you have access to additional money based on law, Commissioner, that you could certainly make your case. This body appropriated additional funding to help you to be able to support your mission in being able to provide for land preparation, land security, additional land maintenance. Can you take a look at Act 8259 as well and make sure that you're making your case with OMB? That again, this is law.
thank you.
Yes.
Let's go towards your revenue collection. What is the revenue collection for FY22 so far?
Ms. Charles, you want to respond to that question?
We really need everybody to be paying attention.
Rennie Charles, Fiscal Officer. Our revenue collection this far is $188,256.11.
And how is that in comparison to last fiscal year, Ms. Charles, during the same period?
It's actually, wait, give me a minute. Last year, I would say it has increased because last year around this, no, it had a decrease because last year when we had budget hearing, we had up to July, and I think we were in 190,000 around this time last year. So we did have a slight decrease.
Thank you. Commissioner, in respect to the funding that is funneled through Department of Agriculture to the animal shelter, Synchro Animal Shelter, as well as the St. Thomas Humane Society, are we up to date with the disbursement of that funding?
Yes, we are. We finally settled all obligations to these entities.
So they're in receipt of all of the funding that's required to date.
Yes, they're in receipt of that monies.
What about ag fair reconciliation? Is there any funding at all that comes to Department of Agriculture as a result of the ag fair?
No.
Have there any requirement for the Department of Agriculture to be given a report in respect to the success or failure of the agriculture fair?
Yeah, there should be a closeout report that's given by the treasurer of the.
Have you received that report, and can you report to the community? What was the situation with this last ag fair?
Okay, I don't think I've gotten that report, but I can report that to the community when we do.
What about the safe situation at the ag fair at the Agriculture Department of Agriculture? Have we been able to get any update from the Virgin Islands Police Department in respect to that theft?
They did locate the safe somewhere behind the gas station by across from St. Joseph High School. That's all we know.
Anyone has been arrested, or any update in terms of anyone that of person of interest that they're pursuing?
Not that I'm aware of.
Have the security at the Department of Agriculture improved? Your surveillance cameras and the like? Fencing?
We have cameras. What we don't have and what we need desperately is proper fencing. That goat wire fencing is not worthy of protecting our equipment that's worth hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Time.
People pretty much just walk through from one end to the next, headed home, and don't want to walk on the road. So it's too easy to access the grounds.
Mr. Chair, may I follow up with just in same relevant question?
Yes, you may.
In respect to the required fencing and security for your facilities, have you submitted or this budget included what it'll cost to provide the necessary funding to secure your facilities?
It's not in the budget, but I do have some quotes. Shucks, I hope I did not forget them on the desk. I did get some quotes for what it may cost us to put a wrought iron along the front and a regular chain link fence along the sides.
So do you have the wherewithal to be able to do it from your current budget?
No.
So then you have to ask for it or put it in the budget?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for your response. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Good afternoon. If I can just answer or tag in on Ms. Charles' comment regarding the finances. Michelle Elliott, Administrator of Fiscal and Personnel Services. We actually did have an increase from last fiscal year till July. I was able to do up to July. Last year, up to July, we had $124,670.84. To July this year, we actually have $188,256.11. So I just wanted to clear that up.
Okay, thank you. That's a 60,000 increase. That's good. Your greenhouse is fully operational?
The greenhouse fully operational. Fully operational would mean having the irrigation system and all that in place. So I would say no. And there is one that is incomplete. We're waiting on Nueva Construction to finish that. They're well overdue in completing that project. That was one that was granted to Red Cross. But they're open.
That's not a while back? That's not like
yes, Senator. Yes,
and a simple greenhouse they can't complete?
I share your sentiments being expressed.
Senator Bolquist, go ahead. Yes, a flight, Senator Bolquist.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioner Positive T.A. Nelson and administrative team of the Department of Agriculture. Commissioner, your fiscal year 23 budget request is about $5.6 million. But when I look at that figure, I'm not confident that that investment would be able to promote and facilitate a lucrative, sustainable agricultural industry here in the territory. For example, I know that you and USDA and RCS and others met at Bordeaux Farms a few weeks ago and discussed water supply issues. But in your budget, I haven't seen it reflected when it comes to appropriating significant dollars to confront and mitigate those water supply issues. territory-wide. What are your plans concerning that?
Regarding the Bodo project, there's $10 million set aside from a government house that's going to do that direct. That's coming. That's not being funded through the department. So the Bodo project that we're speaking of, that meeting you were to, it's a comprehensive plan being designed, and the government house has committed $10 million to that. So that won't be shown here.
Okay, noted. And as we know, the drought is a larger scale problem, which is climate change. And with the recent rollout of the Inflation Reduction Act signed by President Biden, I'm sure you'll see some support coming down the pipeline. Do you have a comprehensive strategy concerning any methodologies that will be incorporated that will help support the farmers with the inflation issues that are taking place?
Most of these assistance, federal assistance, comes down to the USDA, FSA. What we do is get farmers as prepared as possible by encouraging them to have their documents in order, because in order to get that federal money, you have to have your paperwork in place. If you don't have your paperwork, we can't help you, because it's not our money, it's the federal money. They have the
Can
regs.
you offer some sort of assistance?
We're
when it
limited in what
comes
we can.
To the documentation that
We're
is
limited
needed?
in what we can do for farmers. We have limited staff. There are SBA, SBDA, there's agencies, including the EDA, that occasionally sets up workshops to do that.
Well, because we know that the median age of a farmer here in the Virgin Islands is about 60 years of age. And for those individuals, and I hope I don't get lashed later, you know, some of them may not have the requisites to, you know, go online and deal with certain things. So that's why I'm asking if the department can support them by offering some sort of help concerning getting all of those things in line.
Senator Bolges, we do what we can do. We are also restricted with human and financial resources. I can't sit here and tell you we can help all. That's impossible to say that. There is a level of responsibility on any business person, farmers included, that you have to build your capacity. And that's what business is about. We do, believe me, we go over and beyond in what we facilitate. But we can't take it by the hand to everything. That's impractical.
In 2021, the agricultural plan generated by UVI benchmarked a few things. Agricultural productivity by 2% each year, production by 2% each year, licensures by 5%, the reduction of agricultural imports by 2% each year. Is the department currently prepared to meet these benchmarks?
I think we're meeting most of those benchmarks, except maybe the reduction in imports. I think we've seen licenses improve. We've seen farmers' capacity build. You know, they're getting it. And some farmers, you can see the farmers who are really paying attention, utilizing conservation practices, utilizing the resources available at USDA. You can see their product. They're the ones being named here, there, and ever for their efforts. There are some who choose not to participate, voluntarily exclude themselves. Some don't want to divulge information for whatever reason. It can't work like that in the real world.
Have more farmers bought into the notion of the program, which they would accept SNAP benefits for produce? I know that was an issue a number of years ago. How is that going now?
Well, farmers who get the machines and can participate in receiving that, they do. There's another way that they get it, because there's a coupon program through the marketing division, which individuals are given coupons from the department, so they also are able to participate that way. I think it's almost around $40-something thousand we do to the farmers per annum.
Okay, I visited a number of farms here on St. Croix, and in dialogue, I heard something, and I want to verify it with you, Commissioner. I'm hearing that there's one tractor to almost 200 farmers here in St. Croix. Is that accurate?
No, it's not one tractor, but breakdowns are frequent. As I mentioned in my report, what we're doing now is we actually met with the providers in St. Thomas about giving us some line of credit. We've actually also invested in some extra parts so that we are housing them, so that when they break down, these things go to the bush, man, and you know, breakdowns can happen quite frequent. What we need perhaps to add another mechanic to the shop, and we need newer. Some of the tractors are older, so probably need to try to switch some of those out.
What can this body do to try to help facilitate that? Because in my opinion, at least, one tractor will not be enough.
Well, it's not one tractor, as I mentioned before. Of course, I can always say more money, but we have some more coming. Right now, we just need to go through the process and get some additional heavy equipment operators hired, and some of that is awaiting the negotiation process to make the beginning salary more attractive.
Okay, well,
27,000.
please let us know what we can do in order to try to make that happen, because the agriculture industry is the largest industry in the whole entire world. And once we move closer and closer to food autonomy and food security, I think the Virgin Islands will be better off, especially in those dire disaster situations. So thank you for your leniency, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Senator Bolges, and I agree with you. We need to be as food independent as possible, especially in these critical times.
Thank you, Senator Bogus. Point of inquiry, Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, based on what the last speaker asked you in respect to the farmers and them being able to fill out forms, etc., online, what have you, I know in the past the Department of Agriculture partnered with UVI and they did a lot of training, etc., and they assisted the farmers. So I believe that would be a step to help augment your staff, your short staff. That would be one way to go. And also, in respect to the USDA, the building on top of Black Point Hill, who's renting that building? The farm that on top of Black Point Hill in St. Thomas.
Bon Esperance,
Yeah.
okay.
Black Point Hill, top of Black Point Hill,
Okay.
Bon Esperance, yes.
Okay, who is renting that? We've been in conversation with the USDA Wildlife, and they're going to do some reconstruction and utilize some of that building and make space available for the Department of Agriculture to utilize.
So what are we doing with the building? Are we releasing it to them? Are we sending it to them? What is being done with the building? Because
There's a memorandum of understanding that I can, I guess, give to the legislature if you want to see that.
Memorandum of understanding?
Yes.
In respect to what?
In respect to them, and they taking on the construction cost of refurbishing the building and how much it is we're going to get from it from them.
And it stays in our portfolio, it stays with us?
Of course, we're not selling, we're not at all selling.
I would like to see that then. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
No problem.
Okay, let's try not to speak at the same time, or let's try to speak up a little bit, Senator Nelson. You're aware that Act number 8590 actually gave Department of Agriculture $400,000 for a drought subsidy and $160,000 for a water truck.
Like 8590, that was recent, Senator?
Very recent,
Okay,
last session.
Right, so we haven't, we didn't see the impact of that just yet, but it's appreciated. You said 400,000 for drought relief. Now,
400,000 for drought relief, 2,500 per livestock farmer, and 2,000 per crop farmer. And the money comes through Department of Agriculture.
And does it have any specific prescription? Like, is that direct to the farmers? What's the range on that? I guess I'll look at the act to see what's the range of use.
No, that is why we said those individuals that you actually know are farming, certified farmers, just not for anybody. That's why we wanted the conversation as to who does the Department of Agriculture have in their book as certified farmers that they know are actually farming. These are monies that you would use to supplement those individuals that have been coming and purchasing water. I saw $170,000, $100 and something thousand in water sales you had, right? Correct?
Yeah, we sell water is one of the big sales, yes.
So that shows you that a number of individuals were severely impacted by that dry weather that we had during April, May, and June. I saw the water production was quite high. The water delivery alone was $17,000. And here was 16,000, ProMix 8. So we know that they're doing quite a bit in trying to keep the farm going. So you can reach out to Office of Management and Budget because we really want you to get that water truck, and we want for those farmers to be provided with the drought subsidy. Senator DeGraff, you recognize.
Thank you, by the way.
Point of inquiry, Senator Bolquez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, on your website, am I seeing this right concerning not offering agricultural land leases to government employees?
I don't think we restrict government employees, but that's anything you see there would be relative to what property and procurement rules and regs are. But I don't think we restrict government employees. The employees of the department.
It's on your website.
We really need to talk up. I am barely hearing myself, and I know the recorder is remote.
Yeah.
So we have to speak up a bit so that the recorder could be able to capture the information.
I just wanted to bring that to your attention. I'm seeing that if you're a government employee, you cannot apply for agricultural land lease.
I don't think that's what the policy is. I don't know. That's on the website. That's incorrect.
Okay, thank you so much. And I'm seeing individuals who are government employees that have lease with the Department of Agriculture. So I don't think that is no longer in effect, but it used to be on the books. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you and listeners. Commissioner, you took a reduction in personnel services and supplies and other services. What led to this in personnel and fringe, a reduction?
Senator, we work with the ceiling given to us. They switched the amount to supplies, some of that money to supplies.
So, okay, your personnel, you got wage increases, I think it was in the 21 or 22, this fiscal year. You take a wage, a personnel and fringe decrease. You still have money to cover those wage increases.
So what that is there's what were the vacant positions? They took away some of the vacant positions is what that would be the net result of that.
So did they take any positions that you need, that we need to put back and fund to make sure you have?
It's not fair to say that they took positions, but they took the money. The positions are determined by the department. So,
okay.
But how many positions we can fill, of course, is limited now.
What funds do you pay for water out of?
That we pay for water?
Yes.
When you say pay for water, you talk about for WAPA?
No, when you pay for water to provide water for the farmers.
When we pay for water, we don't pay for.
Yes.
No, we
agriculture don't pay for water to provide for farmers?
No, we get water from our wells. No. And we sell water.
Okay, so strictly the wells.
Yeah, we sell.
Okay, so then the system. Excuse me, I do apologize. The cistern that we are building down in Border from the last administration, is that what you're speaking of that's been put on hold or stopped?
That cistern project, that money that was there for that cistern project was no longer, that cistern project would have cost $759,000. That 185 would not have done it. So we redirected that use to shore up what's currently there. We have issues with pipelines and pumps, so we utilize the monies and through coordination with the NRCS, we're shoring up the pipes and doing some dredging, some lining, etc., to just shore up what's currently there. The cistern project is no longer on the books right now.
Now, VI core land comes under the Department of Agriculture?
Yes, most of it.
Okay, it should be all. Now, in regards to VI core land, do you have surveyors that can divide that property for farmers if you need to do so?
The department does not have surveyors, and the land is usually surveyed through property and procurement.
Okay, so how do new farmers come online to utilize some of these VI core properties?
Usually it's already surveyed land, it's already a plot that's already been established, and if it's vacant, we put somebody on it. Sometimes we might elect to, like these days, we're trying to give smaller plots, like instead of giving a 5-acre plot for somebody to only develop a 1/4 acre, we'll try to break that down, so and then we'll have to get it surveyed into smaller plots.
2 minutes.
Okay. Two tips. One, what make heavy equipment do you go with? I know Caterpillar, heavy duty, heavy equipment. They may be a little better for the terrain. Do you go with purchasing Caterpillar tractors and vehicles and stuff?
You're asking what brand we utilize?
Correct.
I'll have to call up on Mr. Murray, who may not be online right now, but we do have some Mack trucks. We have Caterpillars. We have some Holland tractors. I can't rattle off the names. I can.
You know, I was just saying, in regards to when you say you need tractors and you need heavy equipment, look at the heavy duty quality of Caterpillar. I'm not advertising for them, but heavy duty in regards to the terrain and the territory.
Well, we do.
And
sorry.
No, so again, with our delay, I may be running over you. I do apologize again. Also, I would still like to ask you to go back to looking into this water project that you say the governor is looking into. All of these cistern catchments that we have around the island. We have about 11, I think on St. Thomas. I don't know how many we have on St. Croix, but these are catchments. Some of them have water, some of them are empty. We're talking millions of gallons of storage for water. That is very, very important for the farmers. So again, let's not try to dismiss that. If we could have them look at it, if there's monies to accomplish what we are trying to accomplish before, I think we could go down that road for water for the farmers.
What I'd like to say, Senator, regarding that is that you are correct. There are millions of gallons of water available in both districts from these schools, etc., these cisterns. What might help if some of these farmers invest in a pump that could suck that water out and put it in whatever container they have. We ourselves are going to have to utilize the same process. If our water system is low and we start tapping into those cisterns, one, we got to check it for the quality, and then we got to get the pump to pump it out from that into our truck. So an investment in that apparatus will give that same access to those farmers, because in speaking to the Department of Education, and those who have oversight, they are willing to allow the farmers to extract the water themselves, but the agency can't. It's a lot for it to ask us to do it all, but there's access to some of these resources.
I can pose it, Mr. Chair. Again, Commissioner has an excellent idea. I know we spoke about it before, and I think it's still worth us sitting down and addressing the water issue, to look at those two suggestions that we just brought up with. Thank you for all you do in agriculture. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Well, thank you, Mr. Senator.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Point of inquiry, Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, based on the last speaker comments, I know when I was at the Housing Authority, we actually had the farmers coming and getting the water from the cistern, which is rainwater. I know you all had 2 trucks. How many water trucks do you have right now?
We have one in operation on St. Thomas, am I correct, Deputy Commissioner? And we have one, two trucks on St. Croix, but one is the tractor head has to change in order to pull the larger truck.
Because I think that could be a fill the gap in the interim until, you get a system bill or have you, because the water just wasted every time it rains, so that's another option you have also, and it's free. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Blyden. It is your turn right now, Senator Joseph, so you're recognized.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, testifiers in agriculture. I just wanted to follow up with that line of questioning regarding specifically the farmers in the Bordeaux area. Now, we are speaking about the water truck, but let's go and let's be real. The road down to the wells is really in poor shape. What are you looking at to pave those roads and put in those type of infrastructure? Because it's going to be terrible for you to bring water trucks down in that area when the roads to actually access the wells and the like down in the Bordeaux area is really bad.
The intention is not to bring water trucks down into Bordeaux, as you just stated. The roads are horrible. We are working on a bigger project which is going to deal with some flood mitigation and road design, which is going to include public works, of course, because that's greater than us. But what we're doing in Bordeaux is actually shoring up the current system with water lines. We're shoring up water lines, running new routes, getting another well, a new well, a well that has not been used for years.
That's been
we're
dormant?
getting that online.
It's
That's
been
been dormant,
dormant,
yes.
yes.
So we're getting all those things online. So it should give supply to Bordeaux.
So what is your funding source and where are you with that?
That is the $185,000 that you heard spoke of, and we spent 44 so far. That can do what we're talking about as it relates to shore up the lines. The bigger project, which is going to undertake when we talk about that road and flood mitigation, that's the $10 million that's coming straight from Government House.
Okay, so that's general fund money, the 10 million. Are you saying that?
That 10 million can be general fund money that's coming from Government House.
You say it's coming straight from Government House. So I'm just trying to understand the source of funds.
Well, I think it might be some of those federal monies that are coming in the ARPA.
Is it the ARPA fund? So you don't know quite what the funding source is?
In general.
Okay, so I'm going to move on with some other question because Ms. Collingwood, you want to have us say something?
Say that.
I speak clearly.
I want to say this. With the Territorial Agriculture Plan, I know it is said that UVI did it, but we were instrumental in working on that plan. That plan outlines our vision at the Department of Agriculture as well to ensure we have food security. So that plan includes all those initiatives to provide water, and it's all budgeted. I also want to add, in us reestablishing the Virgin Islands Conservation District, that will be the authority where we can channel a lot of federal funds to deal with all those water issues, conservation in general, and climate change issues. So that's our push, is to get the VI Conservation District reestablished, because through that district we can access funds from the National Association of Conservation Districts, and they are poised to assist us on a large scale. So that's our first major step, and we're working on that.
And if my memory serves me correct, in relative to the Virgin Islands Conservation District, we just got one nominee, and that was from St. Croix District.
Right, and there are
correct?
2 more, yes.
And you have 2 more sending now?
Yeah, but we really need 11 altogether to get it established for the most part.
Okay. All right. I'm not going to drill you too much about that. We could speak offline about that, Ms. Collingwood. And you've been very helpful and responsive when I called, you and the commissioner, when I called for information regarding that same grant that you had to reprogram for the water issue down in our Bordeaux area. Now, I wanted to focus my questioning on the amount of monies that are owed to the department from farmers, especially in our St. Croix district. You have over $20,000, $20,506.78 that you are owed, we are owed, and in the St. Croix district, and $5,000 based on your representation, $5,049.44. What are we doing to get that money from the farmers?
Ms. Charles?
Ms. Rennie Charles, fiscal officer. We send out collection notice 3 times a year. We send out the bills. The bills are due June of each year, and we do send periodical outstanding. Since COVID, we have not called anyone, but we are planning to start making calls for outstanding.
Okay. I'm hoping that you will be a little bit more aggressive in collecting what is due to the government so that we could definitely see that. You want to mention, Commissioner, something?
Well, Madam Senator, when sometimes we try to take action in giving letters. Last time I was here, if anybody remember, we were getting riddled because we sent letters out. Okay, we can't have it all. They can't have it all. And that's exactly my issue.
correct.
So as long as we clear, I've been here, and it's an administrative issue. And when we see land being looking like it's abandoned, we send a correspondence out. If that land, usually when we send a correspondence, that person does something for it, and then so they back us off. But if they ignore that letter, then they get a second one. So we don't just arbitrarily go and take these things. But there are some farmers who are negligent, and to get them when time comes for renewal, if they don't respond sooner when time comes for renewal, then we get it then. But, we do our best. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'll wrap up with one more question if you allow me to.
You may conclude.
Thank you kindly. I wanted to ask you and commend you about your WIC program. Specifically, I had an opportunity to meet with Mr. Billy Abraham, and also you mentioned about the agriculture program you're doing in the public housing communities. Please indicate which public housing communities are you doing the agriculture program. I noted it with a lot of zest that you were, and excitement that you were
Ask
doing
the question,
that.
Senator.
So tell us kindly which communities you have identified to do that program for. It's called the Agriculture
Thank you.
Development
Go ahead
Pilot
and answer the
Program
question,
at
Senator.
Risk Youth
Go ahead
Program.
and answer the question.
Thank you, Mr. Abraham.
Thank you, Senator, for asking that question. This is Billy Abraham, Director for Marketing Division. Yes, we have indeed identified the 3 locations, and the two on St. Croix, the official names I don't recall, but the one in Aradia Heights is one, and the other one is located and named, what's the school? Across.
You said housing communities, right?
Yes, I can't recall the other one right now. And there's another one on St. Thomas. I don't recall that name either. So we have selected the 3 names, and where we are right now is that we will be following up with a community meeting with the residents of those communities. So my apologies for not recalling those names.
Hold up, and you need to research and get the names. That should be known. Somebody must know the names. So I can't see how you're going to have a community meeting if you don't know the name of the housing community. So I will come back to you. You need to get that information.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome, Senator Joseph. Senator Sarah, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's go to the abattoir quickly. Did we remove any equipment from the St. Thomas abattoir that was usable to St. Croix?
Did we remove? No, at one point we were talking about, we were considering moving a generator. At one point we were considering doing that, but no, we did not.
Okay. Next, I see about Deputy Commissioner on St. Thomas. What is the role and responsibility of that position?
Of the Deputy Commissioner?
Yes.
The Deputy Commissioner, well, first is the highest office over there, so she oversees operations in my absence. She's my conduit. She also oversees, does the KPI monthly. She knows taking that over since Hannah left. The Deputy Commissioner does all administrative responsibilities.
So did we get the KPIs? I heard a previous senator asking about the KPIs.
Excuse me?
I heard a previous senator asking about the KPIs. Did we receive your KPIs?
We submit monthly KPIs. Ms. Richard, Deputy Commissioner, you're on. We submit the monthly KPIs. I think what was absent is they said they did not do I think the senator was asking for like an average overall total. We have the KPIs by divisions that we submit. You know, how much we expect to increase in nursery, how much we expect to increase in the
So
abattoir.
what's the relationship with the farmers on St. Thomas? Has that improved?
What's
the relationship?
When you say what's our relationship, the department's relationship with the farmers in St. Thomas?
Mm-hmm.
We generally have a good relationship. I mean, we get it that there are complaints and challenges do happen, but we're very responsive. As a matter of fact, we have a lot of meetings with the farmers in St. Thomas as a department.
Let's skip to the market. What does it cost you to maintain that market? I read your testimony for the bungalow. What would it cost you to go and power wash that market every weekend, and pick up the trash in a timely manner.
Which we actually do that. We actually do power wash and pick up the garbage every weekend,
Commissioner
every Friday.
Nelson, we do not do that. Those of us that live in the St. Thomas St. John district know the state of the market after a market day, going into Sunday. Those that go to the Methodist church past the market. So what would it cost you to regularly maintain the market?
Ms. Richards, can you respond to what type of maintenance?
Commissioner, good afternoon. Risa Richards, Deputy Commissioner. We clean the market every Friday. We are not responsible for picking up garbage. I personally go down to the market.
Deputy Commissioner, the market is used on Saturday morning specifically. So you clean the, no, it's my time. You clean the market on a Friday. On a Saturday, it looks deplorable until you come back again on Friday. So what would it cost you in your budget to clean the market where farmers sell their produce?
We'll have to do. We'll have to come to that cost. That would take a personnel or overtime, and so we'll
and
we'll
that's
have to,
important
we'll
because
have
it's
to
a matter
calculate.
of sanitation.
Right, but let me add though, is the situation going on at the market, Senator, is bigger than agriculture. We have a vagrant issue. We all know this. Like you said, everybody that lives in St. Thomas know this. As soon as we
Mr.
finish
Commissioner,
cleanup,
pause a second. We know we have a vagrant issue. However, the market is heavily utilized. So beside the vagrant issue, the issue is a sanitation issue. And I have more questions, but when you get in a cabinet meeting and you discuss more than one department, Public Works, you guys, there has to be a concerted effort on how we maintain the market. Now, moving on quickly, how much did you receive from the government in supplemental funds for the Ag Fair?
2 minutes.
in supplemental funds,
The governor gave some funds.
what was available to us. Now it's on a drawdown, so we didn't get it. We pretty much have to give them expenditures and we get it reimbursed. What was available to us was $250. I can't say right now how much we utilize out of that, but
I'd like to know, who's your financial person?
Well, Aaron is here.
Mr. Aaron, how much of the $250 did you use that the governor made available to you for the agricultural fair?
Aaron Bryan, Director of Administration and Management. We haven't received those funds as yet.
Yep.
Aaron Bryan, Director of Administration and Management. We haven't received those funds as yet. We need to do a drawdown.
You haven't received any for the ag fair?
Correct.
Okay.
We're in the process of getting it.
But there was an announcement that the governor made that he was giving you this money to put his ag fair on and you haven't received it.
May I add something? We are currently doing, providing reports of expenditures by month, and this is a report we provide every month to the government house to see if we can recoup those funds through that grant that was provided.
Okay. Lastly, the status of
Can
the...
I also add something?
Yes,
please. Senator, those funds are actually being controlled by OMB.
Okay, all y'all in the same branch of government, so that's for you guys to work out internally. Now, let's look at the urban and community forestry program. I looked at the use of the fund. The expiration date is 2024. What's your plan for the urban and community forestry program?
Time.
So currently we don't have a coordinator. That's the one.
No, that's Mr. Andrew.
Okay, no. So when you say what's our intention of what we try to do is get individuals to apply for those grants. Those grants are expended when we get entities, organizations to apply for those grants, and they utilize them for tree planting, etc. Some of it was backed up for when there were a period of time that we didn't have a staff in that position. I don't know what other programs that we have online, or when you say specific activity.
Yeah,
like
it's $94,000, and in the past budget season since I've been here, I've been seeing this grant, and I looked up what uses for the grant, and just look at the Emancipation Garden and how we cut the trees, and how we butcher the lignum vitae tree. There are organizations that could receive the funding, like the arborist, that could receive that grant funding for that urban conservation and those types of projects. I'm asking you, Megan's Bay has a nature trail. Can Megan's Bay qualify for the forestry program? So I'm asking you, how are we moving that? What is the plan?
So what we can do perhaps is increase the outreach, but it's for organizations to apply for the process. I mean, to go through the process to get these grants. I don't see why someplace like Megan's Bay wouldn't qualify.
I think my time has been expired, but these grants go back because we're not having our outreach. We're not saying that these grants are available to the community.
But they haven't gone back.
And blasting the grants and, running a boosting an ad or something, telling people that we have these grants, please apply and let's make use of the grants, because there are organizations that can use these funds. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Sarro. What does it cost the Department of Agriculture to put on the fair? I know it's a fair board, but your portion, what does it cost you in terms of overtime?
So our portion, and I was trying to get it calculated because you're right. What I want people to know is we see that as even though it's run by a fair board, the department is who puts that on. The board, most people don't understand the construct even of that. The board was created by the department in order to have a conduit in which to get funds to help in putting on an annual fair. That's its purpose. It's not. I don't see it as a separate entity. That's why the commissioner sits as the chair of the board. It's written into their bylaws. The Commissioner of Agriculture sits as the chair of the board.
Okay, so the expenses for the 3 days of the fair are paid by revenues generated by the fair.
When you said the expenses, like any overtime that the department incur is paid by the department. Some of historically, the department used to shut down for months coming up to the fair, but we haven't done that this year. That's why it was really a crunch time for the employees, and I commend them. This time it was a short span. We did and it wasn't a complete shutdown. We did about maybe a month, which usually it's been a couple of months. So if you were to allocate all those hours that we really dedicate to preparing the space, I'm quite sure it will surpass what that tab that you hear now.
So entertainment, etc., is paid by the revenues generated by the fair?
Yes, so an annual cost for the fair will run someplace close to, it will hover around $200,000.
Okay.
If that's the question you're asking.
Yes.
The cost to put on a fair would be somewhere between maybe 180 to 200, maybe 200, according to what all you're able to, what kind of
Are we breaking even? What was the collection versus expenditures?
Collections versus expenditures, if you include what we absorb as a department, no. But if you look at the economic impact to the territory, yeah, we surpass, because the economic impact of the fair to the territory is bigger than what the department gain or even the fair board gain. People coming in, the hotels, the rental cars, the different activities.
All of this is great. I'm just trying to find out. We collect monies at the fair. We collect in excess of $100,000. That stays in that revolve. They pay out their expenses, and then it stays. The remainder stays there for the next year.
Right. So usually there's not much remainder. Usually, usually we're in the negative.
You get a report.
Yes, we did. When we do the ending report for the fair board, we'll get what that net result is.
Okay.
Usually we've been in the red, and the department, like when I came on, we actually had a lot of old bills that were just left on the books, and vendors were refusing to give us supplies because the fair board owed them, so we just
started paying it off.
We took care of all of that.
Okay. You got it? You want a point? Good point. Point of information? End of lighting?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, I know you asked the individual on the screen to get information about the power. There is no power at the abattoir at all. It's cut. So I am asking that the department connect the power and inspect the equipment that's worth almost $1 million that's sitting there, that we must procure for the island of St. Thomas and St. John. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Ms. Richards, did you get back to the information?
Yes, I did, Yes, I did get the information. I was not aware because it apparently happened before I came on board.
No, what is the information? Is it cut?
No, the power is there is no power in the facility. So as I will take immediate steps to address it.
Okay.
And relative, if I may, sir, relative to the KPIs, those KPIs are sent to the office of OMB every month. Okay?
That wasn't the senator question wasn't whether or not it's sent to OMB. He wanted some more specific information.
But I can.
He was trying to.
I can work out the overall if that's what you all need, but the information is sent by divisions every month according to the format.
Just hold up a minute. Hold up a minute. That wasn't the question. I'm going to let the senator repeat the question so you could get the specific information that he's asking for. He wasn't asking where it is sent. He wanted some specific information. Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The KPIs are designed to monitor the effectiveness and efficiency of the various agencies. Agencies are required to submit to OMB their annual plan and then work out on a monthly basis to try to show the progress of what's occurring within their respective agencies. My question was whether or not what was the result of the KPIs and who ultimately was responsible for monitoring the KPIs to ensure compliance. I think ultimately make a decision whether or not the Department of Agriculture is working towards efficiency, and that in fact the commissioner could use that as a gauge and guide to make a determination, which way to go. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Well, like I explained, the KPIs are sent. They're pre-formatted, and then the information is forwarded to OMB per their request.
The senator said that he's trying to find out specific information as to whether or not you're on track to meet your KPIs. He wanted to know if you're utilizing the KPIs to chart efficiency at Department of Agriculture. So he's just asking for a more direct answer. He's not asking to who is it sent to, but as to whether or not you're actually using the data from the KPIs to continue to improve the efficiency at the Department of Agriculture. Senator Sarro, you recognize for a point of inquiry?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Just quickly, who's the current chair of the board, agricultural board? I mean, the treasurer. What did I say? Chair? The treasurer.
I have served as the treasurer for the past 2 years.
Oh, the past 2 years. So you had
2 years, yes.
So following the agriculture fair, you had your wrap-up meeting?
Yes, we had a wrap-up meeting. We did provide a treasurer's report.
And that should have been filed with the Lieutenant Governor's office after, right?
It should have. At some point when we do our reconciling.
So the financials, Mr. Chair, should be available to you when you asked.
It hasn't been filed with the Lieutenant Governor's office, but we do have a report as to what occurred at the fair. Just for the record, a lot of the expenditures did come from agriculture. For anything that we could have funded through our department, because there was no fund. The funds were promised, but we didn't have them in time to operate the fair.
So if you could submit that.
I can submit a report, the treasurer's report, so you can see the actual expenditures and revenues.
Mr. Abraham, you have the 3 schools.
To the chair, thank you. And I apologize that I did not remember these names. They're so uncommon with regards to, we don't usually call these names, except for Aradillo Heights. So the names are the following. 1, the Aradillas Heights. 2, the Candido Guadalupe community. And 3, Michael J. Kerwin Terrace on St. Thomas. And I do want to acknowledge Senator Carla Joseph and also Genevieve Whitaker for their participation in selecting these housing communities. They were boots on the ground, they sweat, and they worked very hard. And I want to thank the Senator for her acknowledgements. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Johnson. You're recognized.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to testifiers, and good afternoon to the viewing and listening audience.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Commissioner, your voice is normally loud and clear, and today for some reason I'm struggling to hear you. I need for you to speak up to me, because when I heard you when you was on the floor, you used to be a lion. So I want you to be the same lion answering and be very loud with your answers.
I'm not sure you want that, but I'll respond so you can hear me.
I've been looking at your reports here, and when it comes to your tractors, the newest tractor you have based on this report for St. Croix is a 2008. And that will be considered old. Would you agree for the type of work that you're doing?
Yes, I would agree, but I think we have something newer than a 2008. We have something newer than a 2008.
You got 2001. I said the newest one.
No, we have something newer than a 2008.
Well, I didn't see it. What year would that be?
We had to have something.
Maybe a 2009?
We got something while I was there. I'll get them to look in it.
Well, I'm just
but I hear what you're saying. Yes, with most of them are old.
That
yes.
I looked at. I look at 5. And the 5 I looked at, I think the backer is a 2009. I saw 2008, 2008, 2001, 2001, and 2002. So if there is some, and I'm just alluding that we really need to invest in some equipment. If we're going to be serious about farming, especially the agriculture department, and I know you cannot help everybody, but if you attempt to assist those that need that assistance, especially for startup farmers, your equipment have to be number one. And I think when you come to us, you should be presenting something like that to us, that, look, we need X amount of tractors to assist new farmers. Because it goes a long way, because once they get that start, they could go a long way.
Agreed. One of the challenges sometimes is the spacing. As particularly in St. Thomas, we need to get like some smaller, probably some handheld equipment, because maneuvering to the small spacing, the equipment, the bigger tractors can't go to those spacings. So it's just a balance. But we do what we can. And just a reminder that the department and land prep unit alone had about 14 heavy equipment operators at one point. It just has not been the same over the years, but we're trying to rebuild it.
I'm glad you say heavy equipment operator. And when I look at it, I see a laborer making $27,040, and I see a heavy equipment too making 27. I will go and be a laborer.
Right. So those are the challenges we have in trying to attract people. You're right. That's exactly correct.
It's hard to you won't hold on to no heavy equipment operator with these kind of figures. I can go and be a laborer and stay down someplace. I mean, I wouldn't do that because I'm a hard-working person, but today, out there, somebody's going to do that before they come to do this 27 and watching the labor sitting down and telling you, bring the tractor here, do this, do that. Yeah. And he only making $100 more.
I can give you a little joke. One guy came and he was well experienced, and he said, man, for that, he said, you'll have to allow me to work 2 or 3 days, and the rest days let me go make my money out in the field. Yeah. You know, we have to be creative with what we have. That's why we're trying to get to the table to negotiate at least that area. You know, the legislature was willing to already put some money to us, but it's the processes that have to make themselves available for us.
In your budget, have you looked as far as putting in increase for those type of increments that you are trying to give to these individuals?
So we've been sourcing equipment, and we've been purchasing much of our equipment through the Agriculture Revolving Fund, which we're going to slow down using that, because we're going to have to dedicate a lot of that, most of that, to now the building, the administration building, which is about to start up hopefully in October.
What about the baling? That's not going on at all for livestock farmers. What's the status on that?
No, we baling again. It takes a amount of manpower to do that, so we unable to, and it's been real dry. So we also didn't have any hay fields. That place that you saw us clear coming up to Paradise Light. We were letting that grow to sort of try to get something done there. Some people have gone and put their horses over there.
I see that.
You know, it's a good thing. Good nice grass, but. We haven't been, but what we do is we've been keeping hay supplied, we've been keeping feedstock supplied as best as we can, and encouraging water conservation practices. And it's a drought. It's a national dilemma we're dealing with.
I know this is a little controversial, and under your tenure, they had some incidents occurred here with funding misplacing, being stolen, and I see here you have 22 security cameras, and there's a cost there of what, $39,000, 100 and something. Does that include the maintenance of these cameras?
To be honest, I'm not satisfied with what we're getting out of those cameras. I'm thinking we should have gone and ordered some of those things off the internet, Blink or something like that, and we would have done a lot better, because we have the cameras in place. No, it doesn't. It doesn't involve me. When we do call him, he comes and responds to us, not as quick as we'd like. But yeah, it still is not resolving the problem because they can't catch. It's a big ground. They can't catch all areas. We try to get entrance points to the buildings, etc. But it's a big open ground. We miss some areas.
I know when I pass by there in the evening, I'll see a security to the front. Is it one security on a shift, or do you have security doing perimeter check on your ground?
See, so you're asking me to disclose our whole security plan publicly, but we have security. We have security hired, and they do perimeter checks.
Can respond if they ain't doing a good job too, right?
Well, I'm not fully satisfied with the process. Again, we have security hired. The government has a security agency that secures all government buildings.
I think my question was going a little too hard for some of my colleagues, but it's information that some information must be told to the public because people want to know, and it brings great concern.
Well, we do have.
I only asking for what's limited to not breach your security.
Okay, so all I can say, we do have security in place, and we do have security cameras in place.
But you're not satisfied. Is this a one-year contract?
It's an annual contract. I guess it's renewed.
Well, I appreciate your candidness that you're not in appreciation of the service. So I expect to hear better and have a better contract the next time you come around. Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator Francis Tyler of Santa carry on. Turn to the left, she's there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to you, my colleagues that are here present, the team from Department of Agriculture, and the beautiful people of the Virgin Islands. Clearly,
Good afternoon, Senator.
We need your department to be successful if we want future generations to have something to eat, something to wear. Agriculture is everything. So we really want to, the purpose of this budget hearing is to not only provide justification for what's presented, but also let us know what your needs are and how can we assist your department in carrying out the mission that you have. Budgetary challenges, Commissioner. What is your main budgetary challenge?
We always can use more employees, more equipment. I'm not sure if it's just a budgetary challenge or just the bureaucracy of government itself just need to be more fluid. I think it's a mixture of two.
More funding, of course.
More
funding would allow you to get the equipment that you need, get the staff that you need, and provide the programs and services that you would like to see. Am I understanding correctly?
And professional development on our behalf as well as throughout government, I believe.
Technical expertise.
You
Technical expertise. That's really required in agriculture. Every time we need some expertise, we have to reach out to Puerto Rico or the mainland, and we will never get the quality of support we need if we don't grow our own experts in agriculture. So that's one of the big things that would help support us long term.
Okay. And so within your budget, have you placed it in there? Have you had this conversation, administration? I mean, is there anything in here that really speaks to some of the things that you would like to see that you need? For example, you said technical expertise and training. How much within the budget have you requested for that purpose?
So we have to work within ceilings, as you know. I think that what needs to happen is an overall mindset shift about agriculture. See, the professionals we talk about and the experts we talk about, the salaries we offer cannot get those experts. They're far removed from getting the expertise needed. Okay, when you're talking about a soil specialist, so when you're talking about people, an agronomist, you can't offer them $27,000 and expect to get no cream, no the crop. So you're going to get what you pay for, and the truth is, our mindset towards agriculture, when you send people to agriculture, you send people who are underperformers. You send individuals, you don't send your high achievers to agriculture, because the mindset of the general populace towards agriculture is the occupation of last resort, occupation when you don't have, it's a mindset that needs to change. And so that's when part of what our job is, as in these positions right now, is to get that, is a cultural mindset change. When you talk to black people about agriculture or planting food,
I hear you.
I'm gonna buy my food. I'm not gonna farm it. That's too hard. Huh? But
So
everybody eats every day.
You did mention about the ceiling, and I believe we have to break then that ceiling. One thing is the what's been presented, given to you maybe by OMB, but you can also present what your wish list is, and this would be the, maybe not the perfect scenario, but for us to be successful, this is what we would need, and provide that breakdown to us so that we know exactly, what's your vision, what's your mission, and this is what you need to accomplish it. And that's why you come before this committee and this body. So I would like to see that.
I would say this: you fund the ag plan, you will be helping us out.
Well, thank you for that. Now, with regards to animal shelter, I'm glad to see that you were able to fulfill the obligations that you had for years. So that's now up to date, correct?
Yes, it is.
Good.
2 minutes.
Now, there are various funds in the code. You have the animal fund, you have the animal abuse fund, you also have the stray animal abuse fund. Are you aware of these 3 funds that are available within our law?
Aware of them, and Dr. Bradford, if she's on, has been making the plea about getting access to these funds. We don't generally have access. I think we do have one of those funds. I can't remember which one. Ms. Charles or Dr. Bradford might be able to tell me.
So these funds can be used to be able to support animal control or the animal welfare and assist with the work that some of the shelters are doing. So please keep that in mind and let us know how we could assist you with that, because definitely we need to work on that. Now, an appropriation that I saw for
1 minute.
that's assigned to these shelters, I do see that $50,000 is given in the post-audit report. $50,000 is given to St. Thomas and $50,000 to St. Croix. But when I look at the numbers that you presented, totals of spray and neuter to date for FY22, St. Croix Animal Welfare Center has 1,355, compared to St. Thomas, which is just 187.
30 seconds.
But nevertheless, the same amount is dispersed equally to both entities.
The legislature dictated that we did distribute that. That was your prescription there. We did not determine that.
I'm sorry?
That equal distribution of the funds came from the legislature. That was monies appropriated by the legislature. So that distribution, 50,000 each, was per the legislation.
Can you provide to this committee then a recommendation based on the services that these shelters are providing? Because you have the MOU with them.
Yeah, but like I told you, this money that you appropriated was specific for the spay and neuter program, and you wanted it distributed.
Understood.
50,000. So unless that changes and you allow us that, then we'll have that discussion.
Understood.
Dr. Bradford is on. I don't know if you want to respond to that question earlier relative to the.
Let's move right along. If I may, Mr. Chair, I have another question here. With regards to, along that same line, has there been any conversation with the administration with regards to maybe animal control or animal warden within the Department of Agriculture?
Yes, we are talking. They do want us to hire animal wardens, at least one per district.
Was that included within this budget?
There's vacant positions. Who we fill with those positions are at the discretion of the department. So there is some monies there.
So there's clearly a position established for animal warden within this budget.
We have funding for vacant positions, and if we can make one of those warden. I don't know if we can get 2 out of what's available because we have other positions we're working on.
And lastly, with regards to the Heritage Tree Act, we know that not too long ago there were some issues over in St. Thomas about heritage tree that was cut down not properly. Have you filled the positions for forestry or arborist for each area, each district?
No, we do not have an arborist at this time.
Are you working to fill those positions? Because I know the tree board has to be established, but you need to have those 2 positions filled.
Yeah, we don't have one at this point, and no, we're not we don't have anybody online at this time. No, we don't at this time.
I would like to add that through the Urban and Community Forestry Program, we have a tree law signage project, and we are getting ready to wait for approval, but we are getting ready to install signs throughout the territory to make the community aware of the law, and it's something we're working through that initiative.
Okay, well, I would like to have further conversations with you regards to the Tree Heritage Act and see how we could assist so we could protect our trees, especially heritage trees. I think is important.
Just let me make it clear that it doesn't prevent a landowner from cutting down trees, because again, it's your land. It tries to discourage and it tries to encourage pruning. What it does recommend is and tries to encourage is if you cut trees, that you replant trees. I think it's just common for us to get in our minds that trees are important to our existence on this earth. So that's the challenge we have with developing nations, that balance, which I strongly encourage.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the leniency.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Senator Noble Francis, point of information.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, several times I've heard you allude to the fact of being able to make sure that your employees get properly compensated. As the Commissioner of Agriculture, you have all right and authority to have a discussion with the governor, with the chief negotiator, with the Office of Management and Budget, with the Division of Personnel, to make a determination, again, perhaps after a desk audit, but if you believe that the individuals within your rank and file deserve to be paid better, a higher salary, then you have to make that pitch to those individuals. All right? I have sat in that seat. A lot of times, we see where we can't allow for the chief negotiator or others to make determination for us based on our employees. If you're not able to properly hire individuals because of the salary base, you have to, as a commissioner, demand that there's some action taken against, to improve those salaries. We've seen it in the Department of Education, in the Virgin Islands Police Department. We have people within the police department that makes more money than the commissioner, ranking captains. We see that individuals don't want to be commissioner or takes leadership position in the Department of Agriculture. Nobody want to be superintendent because the principals make more money than that. So we have to be able to make that pitch to make sure that our employees, our subordinates, receive the adequate pay because we get what we pay for. That's exactly what you said earlier, and I agree. But, you have to make that determination and make that pitch to those individuals to make sure that your employees are better compensated.
Agreed with you, and we did get a stipulated agreement, and that afforded the increase that we were able to give, and the process is going to take us to negotiations. I don't think they'll have a hard time with, at least from our end, relative to increase. It's just a matter of being able to accommodate it in our budget after that, but we're open to that. I'm familiar with what some of these wages should be. I've been in a negotiation position.
Thank you so much. And just keep in mind, we have been trying to fund this for every single fiscal year for the last 3 or 4 years. We have placed monies in the budget to try to afford raises for those employees who are barely making anything. They got a raise, 2 years ago?
But the raise was actually just implemented, I think, either the early part of this year or the latter part of last year, but it was retroactive to 2 years ago.
So
Yes.
the amount that is in the post-audit report, that amount is wrong?
I didn't look at.
If you look at the heavy equipment, mechanics, and
The starting salaries are the same. The starting salaries didn't change. 'cause we
I mean,
need
for
to-
those that have years of experience,
it should be
you
correct.
provided a good listing because your listing have names. And I saw a butcher that has over 20 years working there, making like 34,000. So
Yeah.
I'm looking and saying a mechanic making 39,000.
And I do want to apologize for those names as well, even though it's public
That's
information.
not disclosing the
Yeah,
name.
okay.
It's not our job to disclose name. It's just information that we got, but it gives you a good idea as to how long these individuals have been working for the Department of Education and not making money, because the mechanic was serving both islands, have been there over 24 or 25 years, and making barely 39,000. That's a new salary, or that's the old one?
That's the current salary.
That's the current salary. Okay,
Yes.
I'll do some comparison, but I also remember that we had given some money for heavy equipment.
Yes, so we adjusted the salaries of the current employees of heavy equipment. They got some adjustment. What did not change was the starting salary. The starting salary.
The starting salary stayed the same.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but we did get adjustments for those.
Okay, not the heavy equipment operator. Didn't we give you money to purchase equipment?
I don't recall.
We gave a lump sum money to purchase equipment. I'm going to have to go back and check. What are you're presently trying to purchase equipment in Puerto Rico?
Yeah, currently we have an order, $211,000 worth of equipment. That includes a tractor with a pusher in front and its implements and some spare parts, so that when these things go down, we can repair. We can.
Where you got the money from?
Our budget from our revolving fund. Anything that we've been purchasing has been coming from from the tourism revolving fund. That $1 million that we get annually, we try to use it sparingly because we're trying to hold back some for our admin building. But anything outside of that, our budget is limited. Our general fund budget is restricted.
Senator Francis Heilaga and then Senator James.
Good afternoon.
Before you do, thank you, Senator Genevieve Whitaker, have joined us. So thank you for coming. Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you. Good afternoon to my colleagues, to the people of the territory, to the testifiers, the staff. As you know, with our law, a percentage of our budget goes to agriculture. What have you guys done with that additional funding to directly impact when it comes to farmers? Are there any programs where some of this money goes directly to them or impact their ability to continue or grow farming here in the territory?
There's been no additional funding towards that regards, and no money goes directly to farmers unless, like what's coming up now, that special appropriation made designed to do that as a subsidy, which we just is going to receive Act 8590.
Of what?
Act 8590 is going to give us a subsidy to farmers, which just occurred a couple of weeks ago.
Thank you. Last time I had an opportunity to talk, we had discussed the leasing and cleaning up, dealing with the parcels and getting a full assessment of all the parcels under agriculture. Has that been completed as yet? And if so, what is the full assessment of that? And are you going to relook as to how you're going to redistribute after this assessment has been done?
We've done cleanup by the property manager is online. I don't know if we can say we've done a cleanup. I think we can tell you the acreage that's in use and who's on it, and it hasn't. I think their PMP, they haven't gotten around to all of the properties as yet.
What the discussion was the last time, you said that as agriculture, you were seriously looking at the different parcels to make sure that they were being maximized and utilized the way they should be. Mm-hmm. And you were going to do a full assessment of all the parcels and look at the leasing agreements and even the consent to utilize to see what is best practice and see if you would have to pull in if people are using it for farming, et cetera, whether you had to redistribute, whether you had to update. That's what I'm trying to get an assessment of.
Well, is the property manager, Mr. Dazadi, do you want to respond? We do assess the properties. We send out letters for those who we find to look abandoned. That usually causes some kind of engagement by the farmer, and usually they end up doing something to the land in the short term. Mr. Dazadi or Mr. Henderson, I don't know if you're still there. If you want to respond any relative to the assessment. I know PMP, we're in communication with PMP about doing something. I don't think that was done yet. Mr. Tazadi, can you add some clarity?
Yes, good afternoon. Right now we're in communication with PMP tomorrow, August the 18th, we're scheduled to do our first inspection with PMP, focusing on boundary markers and trying to assist those farmers with leases. Presently now in St. Croix, we have about 18 plots that are vacant. Some of those locations, like the Pleasant Estate, Pleasant needs to be subdivided and surveyed as well. So we're on hold with that area. Also by Estate Windsor, that needs to be surveyed. That's identified for livestock. So we have a couple estates that actually need to be surveyed before we can give out any property to farmers.
Okay, well, this seems like a different conversation than what I had the last time, because I was under the impression that this is something that had already started, and then you were going to be finishing by time certain, because that's the question I had asked. But this is sounding like this is at the beginning stage, and I'm a little bit confused, or maybe we're talking about two different things.
It's an ongoing process.
2 minutes.
People are on the property, and sometimes things happen, and individuals fall sick, and that's what the management is about. We go around every year. There's a renewal. We go around, and if the property managers see something that's look out of alignment, which is maybe incorrect use or whatever, they notify the farmer and get some kind of communication back and forth. It's nothing that's stagnant.
Okay.
It's not constant.
I think we're having two different conversations. Is there any type of security, food security program that you guys are seriously embarking on? As you know, we live in a territory where everything is shipped in. So how are we seriously looking at programs to potentially be able to provide for the population? Is there anything ongoing? Is that something you guys are planning on doing in regards to food security here in the territory?
Food security is about building capacity, about giving technical assistance, about making funds available, about encouraging younger people to get into farming, and just encouraging the community in all together to do some type of farming.
What is your department doing in regards to all these things? Give me examples so we could better know if this is something that's happening.
Well, there's numerous workshops and training programs and meetings, and not only with ourselves, but with some of our federal partners that attempts to better equip farmers. We draw down on grants, whatever grants we can get to. There's other granting agencies that make funds available.
And after all of these things are done, these workshops, and you give out these grants, do you guys do any type of analysis to see if there's some kind of fruit being bared as to the possibility of, okay, something is happening here? You're getting young people encouraged into farming. People are saying, hey, this is something we want to look into. Do you see any kind of feedback? Do you do kind of follow up on that?
So many of the grants require reporting to assess the impact.
Okay.
And may I just add that just looking around our communities, you would see more people engaged in agriculture, you would see more land being cleared, you would see the conversations occurring, you would see more young people having an interest in going to agriculture, entrepreneurship, and doing value-added product. You see the University of the Virgin Islands just reestablished their School of Agriculture, and we recently hosted an agri-science fair on our grounds. We had 80 students, and we worked with local and federal partners. It's just really exposing the community and providing ag literacy so they can see the true value of investing and engaging in agriculture. It's an economic powerhouse, but it's just, again, changing the perception and having our community understand it's an area we need to invest our time, resources, energies, and they are doing it, but they just require additional support beyond. They require additional support beyond what we as an agency can provide. Agriculture is a team sport. It requires all hands on deck, all agencies to get involved, and it requires a higher level of professionalism and expertise, and we need to build that. It takes time.
Well, Mr. Chair, could I just wrap up quickly? Thank you. I am a firm believer of putting your money where your mouth is, because, having food is detrimental to our survival. So I just want to ask this last question. As it relates to agriculture, do you believe with all that you have just shared, and whether it's a level of professionalism, you need everyone to be hands-on, what else do you think the department, this is a whole department dedicated to agriculture, what else do you think that can or should be done to really get all these things you were just listing to actually be executed so we could see some kind of fruit coming from this specific agency and as well as the people of the territory in their participation?
I would say that our VITA staff is committed to excellence in agriculture. We just need help. We need consistent, not just help when everybody is looking, but when no one is looking all the time. We need consistent help. Agriculture is not a thing you start and stop and start and stop. It's continuous improvement over time. And it requires that pipeline of new people with new technology, new ideas to keep that sustainability. So when we talk about agriculture sustainability, it's not sustainable unless we develop the pipeline of professionals who can continue the trends and increase the level of technology that's required to really get the food security we talk about. It doesn't just happen. It requires effort and commitment over time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the additional time.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. Senator Jabin James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Good afternoon to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, testifiers.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Commissioner Positive Nelson, at the Department of Agriculture, right next door where they have the field where individuals park during the agricultural fair, not the one close to UVI or the St. Croix Educational Complex, the other one. There are some wells as far as funding to get those pumps and wells up and running. Do you have adequate funding or do you need funding?
We could always use more funding, but right now when trying to get one of those wells started, it's just getting permission to get to get the power connection. So we need to get from DPNR that authorization for WAPA to connect power to it. So, we can, a pump or two we can purchase, but I mean, more money just allows us to do more. But that is really just going through the process right now. We got in one of those wells.
So I'm under the impression that you already conducted an assessment and you know exactly how much it costs to get those pumps and wells up and running. And yes?
Not all the way. For that, I think that pump we're talking about is outside the yard there. That's what we're trying to get on right now for that pump.
But if I'm not mistaken, there are a series of pumps. It's not just one pump.
We're not, right now, we did not do an assessment on all of those pumps. The assessment is on that one pump is what I'm telling you right now. Right now is that we're repairing that one well right now.
Because as we speak about a budget, I want to make sure that we truly fund the Department of Agriculture. And I always say I give Jack the jacket. When Senator Alison de Gazon was here in the Senate, she really, really pushed for agriculture. And one of the biggest problems in Virgin Islands government is continuity. So even though she's no longer here, that doesn't mean that we do not carry the torch. We have to carry the torch. So I know one of the things that she made mention of when she came in here was she established Act number 8280, which took some funds from the Agriculture Revolving Fund in a total of $180,000, and it was to put a well water drilling and maintenance unit. What is the status of that project? It was signed into law January 29, 2020. Are we seeing some traction there when it comes to that well water drilling initiative?
No, not at this point, Senator. What we're currently doing is dredging out the ponds in the community gardens right now. And regarding that well water, the concern we had then and we still have now, and DPNR can verify what we're saying here, is that water that we anticipate that's in the ground is not there right now. It's not at the levels that we think we have. So we won't even self-imagine trying to get back all the wells we have online. We're not going to do that.
So even though this is a DPNR question, it still benefits the Department of Agriculture. Not later than 45 days after the passage of Act number 8280, Department of Natural and Resources, they were supposed to do a study of the aquifers. And then from there, based on their findings, it would know if we would move forward with this well water drilling and maintenance unit. Have you had any collaboration or conversation with DPNR regarding identifying our aquifers? As we speak about a budget, in order for the Department of Agriculture to move forward, we need to make sure we find out the status of those funds that should have been appropriated from the Agriculture Revolving Fund to help our farmers, because without water, there is no agriculture.
Senator, can I respond? One issue that I think we really need to get behind is the idea of the department or the government or any entity providing water for free all the time. That's like an impractical expectation.
Commissioner, if you want to implement a fee, I have no problem with doing so. But as far as the infrastructure, that is all I'm focused on as we speak about a budget, providing the infrastructure. If you find a need to implement a fee, I am not here to debate that with you.
Yeah, at some point I believe it's only going to be appropriate that a fee is assessed, because if you're going to input all this infrastructure, the way to avoid abuse is to implement a fee, because somebody wouldn't just sap down their land with water if they had to pay for each gallon.
Okay,
so I hear you and I know you're not
and
talking
if you
about
feel the
that.
need to do so, at least let's focus on what's already enacted, the funds that were already appropriated as we speak about our budget. And if you find the need to implement a fee, you bring a proposal down to us and we will see if it's feasible. Well, as far as the budget, as far as your advertising and marketing budget, how much do you have put aside specifically for advertising and marketing, and what you currently do with that fund? And I don't want to hear about the agriculture food fair.
We don't have a specific designation for advertising and marketing.
So as far as rebranding the Department of Agriculture, because I know you made mention at a time when you came down here, I asked you a line of questioning and you said we have to rebrand, and we're focusing on marketing and changing the website, changing X, Y, and Z. So I'm following up based on conversations you had in the past as far as funding. And we're talking about funding. Do you need funding for advertising and marketing? And if not, I can move on to my next question.
I don't think there's necessary funding for marketing necessarily, except if you want to give us the funding to hire some kind of specific person for that, for a marketing agent or something. But agriculture is being spoken about now real popularly. I mean, agriculture, the level of agriculture and the discussion about agriculture has raised. We can't deny that their interests, for whatever the reasons are, it's peaked. And so we can't deny that. But specific marketing of our programs, etc., I think we get it out. We can probably do better, and maybe utilizing the internet better, the Facebook.
Do you utilize sponsored ads on Facebook?
Sponsored ads, no.
Like I tell, every department and agency should be using sponsored ads, and I'm not saying certain departments do not, but I think Division of Festivals, they do so. It doesn't cost that much money. You spend like $20, you can get a reach of 3,000 to 4,000 individuals with sponsored ads. And I'm not knocking the newspaper and the radio companies, but it is way cheaper. Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, I have one last question.
May I proceed?
As we speak about a budget, I passed a revenue-generating legislation that I'm hoping and praying will be enforced. I understand we had COVID-19 for the past 2 years, and the act that I'm referencing is Act number 8306, that mandates that the Department of Agriculture and the Department of Tourism host an agricultural conference annually in the District of St. Croix and alternates between the District of St. Thomas and St. John. The bill speaks to funding it, making sure that it's put into place. And as we speak about a territorial agricultural plan that was recently put in place that needs the funding, it is important for us to have this conference. So as far as enforcing Act number 8306, which speaks to agritourism, speaking on the importance of agriculture, reaching out to those individuals of CARICOM and all over the world, can we see that happening in 2023 as far as implementing Act number 8306 that would generate a lot of revenues for the government of the Virgin Islands?
Yes, Senator James, the conversation has begun, so something is astir, yes, regionally.
Thank you, and I look forward to that conversation as we speak about generating revenues. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Whitaker.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon to our testifiers. I know today's been a tense day, and certainly a lot of questions have been asked. But I want to dive into the ag in the classroom. So, Commissioner Nelson, Have you come up with a budget that would be necessary to accomplish ag in the classrooms in collaboration with the University of the Virgin Islands as we move forward? I also do want to recognize Assistant Commissioner Collingwood. I had initial I stopped by the department yesterday and even had to visit the abattoir. I did get some initial information regarding ag in the classroom, but can you please put on the record what budgetary support you'll need for us to accomplish ag in the classrooms, or initial numbers?
I can't give you that number, Senator. I don't know what that number would look like. Ag in the classroom, I think I can't give you that number, Senator.
I want to speak to that quickly. Ag in the classroom will have to be a collaboration with Department of Education, and that will be a discussion because it's purely an education function with support from agriculture. So for us to create a budget for that, it will have to be in tandem with Department of Education. I did reach out to the former commissioner relative to the legislation and send that email, but we never had a conversation about it. But that would be one of the first important steps.
Thank you. And actually, to Commissioner, of course, you are on the task force for the plan, and we do have in the ag plan funding for what will be, which is ag in the classroom. So that's why even as I asked you the question, you could have given me some information, because we do in fact have a dollar amount as to what it's going to take for us to accomplish the goal of implementing agriculture in the schools. So I think I'm very open to that. We do have a new commission nominee. She's very communicative, as is the Assistant Commissioner Soames, and so we're going to move it forward. And I also want to recognize that you have also engaged the CTEC board on this very matter. Back to Commissioner Nelson, as I've toured farms up to even last weekend, we all know the story. We know the story of the issue of water, feed, and even just overall support that the department can render to our farmers. One of the things that I've also continued to learn is the USDA, and I've been made to understand some of the challenges that the farmers are facing with respect to the USDA. Can you please speak to your relationship with the USDA? And because what I'm made to understand, that there's some fees associated, and would the Department of Agriculture or have you all endeavored to offset any costs for the farmers by way of some of the associated federal programs that the farmers are to participate in?
We have an excellent relationship with our federal partners. What we can't do is we can't pay for these programs for the farmers. Some of them are reimbursable programs. There's no funding for us to do that. We help the farmers to make sure their paperwork is in order to approach the USDA. But the processes are what they are. There's no funding on our behalf from our end to help them pay upfront costs.
I'm also aware that the USDA does inspections during fruit season. Is there, I'm not sure how true that is, but how regularly is USDA coming to inspect and to support and provide technical assistance to the farmers?
I don't understand what you said. They do what type of?
A lot of the times I'm learning that the inspectors come during just a certain time. They're not coming throughout the year on a regular basis. I just wanted to highlight.
Well, that's their work. Whatever programs the farmers participating, the USDA have the prescription when they tell them they're coming. That's between the farmer and the USDA. We don't govern or control that. The farmers has to understand this. Federal monies come along with certain dictates. It is what it is. You can't always avoid and go around the system. The system is what it is. That's just how it is. I didn't make it up. The local department didn't make it up. We have to follow it. When we're able to, we've been successful in drawing on a couple of grants and being a conduit to farmers.
I want to stop you there. So with the grant, so there's no grant funding you can provide to subsidize the farmers at all. So that you have not, there's no subsidies at all being offered to the farmers at this point.
Again, right
whether
now,
for feed, for fencing.
We just got, there's grant funding through USDA. They'll give you 95% of fencing. They'll give you back 90% of your well. But again, it's the programs they have to go through. We just got a local funding. Centerville, they just informed me of Act 8590. That's a direct subsidy. The government house had given a direct subsidy to farmers after COVID. But most of the money that is available for farmers, and not even just farmers, grocers, is USDA money. The biggest lender in the territory is USDA. Most people don't realize that we're a rural community. A lot, even for energy, is under USDA.
And in terms of the buy local support, a lot of challenges also that's being faced by the farmers is sometimes when they try to sell to the grocers, they want to some kind of undercutting at times. When they, how have you endeavored to support them in that regard?
We support them by purchasing their produce from them. Understand, when you sell bulk, your per unit cost that you're going to receive is less. If I buy 100 pounds from you, it's going to be less than if I buy 5 pounds from you, because what I'm going to pay per pound, if it's only 5, is going to be different than when I pay for 100 pounds. That's economics. The alternative to that is to establish the local markets. They have our farmers market on Saturdays in St. Thomas and St. Croix. That's a direct avenue for sale. I mean, so it's up to them, their effort. You know, we have to encourage business concepts.
I give a good example. A farmer gave me, it was a particular fruit, local fruit, and the grocer wanted, basically wanted for $5, and they were going to sell it for 10. Things of that nature. So as we, no, I'm just telling you some of the cost concerns. So what I'm getting at is, what I want to see more funding towards is the technical assistance. I hear the stories of the need for the support for the farmers, funding towards more training for them outside of just the university setting, that so we can be able, because I hear the challenge of the USDA, it's the same story we're hearing over and over again, but I also am aware that USDA is, I don't see the assistance really being rendered to a level to assist our farmers. It's not apparent to me, and these are individuals who are quite adept, very knowledgeable farmers that I've engaged.
All I can say is there are some farmers who has proven success in utilizing USDA, and their work is being noted, their performance is being noted, it's easily recognizable. Those who come to the training, the people that come to the training are the same people over and over. We don't get many new participants. Some opt out voluntarily. I want us to be careful in what we, in what he said, giving somebody a fish as opposed to teaching them how to fish. If we're going to be sustainable, farmers have to up their game also. This is business. I mean, I don't want us to we got to be careful in what we're projecting here, especially when we pass off farming as poor man's work. And farmers make money. They hide it. They might look dirty, but they make money. Nobody would believe that, because you figure the farmer always look dirty. But the food is what you're going to buy each and every day. And we in what we do, and we saying give farmers, give government. What other industry you know that they get everything for free? Land for $20 a year, an acre. And you can't, and then you're still falling behind. There's some farmers who haven't paid for years. You'll be surprised, I can't disclose names, who haven't paid for so long, and what they have as far as government property, and how political we make it when the department is trying to do their job. But we have to be real about what we're doing here. You're not talking to somebody who is coward about speaking. You know this.
But I'll stop you because my time was called quite some time ago. To Chairman, I just want to close out. You allow me to?
You may close.
Thank you, Chairman. The final thing is a budgetary item. One of the things we have not done is a real comprehensive survey. I know the Ag Plan incorporated elements of a survey, but we're going to have to get true costs of our farms. And I know that in doing my own assessment, each farm has their unique needs, whether it's the well is broken, they need fencing, feed, and we should have a good sense for every farm of what the needs are, what we can supplement through our local budget, and supplement through our local budget, as well as what we can do in terms of certainly the support they need. And I hear the qualms, but at the same time, we give tax benefits and breaks to large companies, and I'm certainly willing to give benefits and support to our local farmers. Thank you.
Thank you,
sir.
Senator Whitaker. The USDA program, I know a lot of farmers that utilize it and have utilized those monies to put up fencing, dig wells, clear the land. There are a lot of monies out there from USDA, and the farmers really need to apply for those monies because it then takes a load off of the local government. And they're willing to give substantial monies, and those farmers that were registered under USDA got substantial monies after the hurricane, after they submitted the reports as to what it took to clear and to do everything else. There's some grants that we've been looking at under the Department of Agriculture for years, and we asked as to why those money is still left behind. But the real reality is because there's nobody that's submitting applications to utilize those grants. I think one was specialty crop or some crops some years ago. But we really have to encourage farmers to document and utilize USDA. 5 years ago when Senator Millen Young was here and we had a bad drought, I mean, an next drought subsidy was provided. But there were monies that were available through USDA. But when we had the meeting at UVI, USDA asked who had historical data as to how much rain fell in that particular area for a period of time. Nobody was documenting. You know, so there's a lot that we need to do if we want to move this game forward. And part of it is that we have to be willing to do the documentation. We have to be willing to apply for these federal grants. And when the government has the ability to supplement, we will. That's why we're trying to supplement the wages for the Department of Agriculture employees. That's why we just put money for a water truck, because we want to supplement so that you could provide services. And I'll end with USDA even buy equipment. So they have purchased tractors for farm, and I know 2 or 3 farms that have tractors as a result of applying for USDA. And it's a grant, it's not a loan.
World Central Kitchen has also given grants. What I want to say, Mr. Chair, is that we've recently gotten on the federal drought monitoring system. So now that situation you spoke of, now when there's a drought, the federal government can declare a drought in this region. Matter of fact, right now, it's probably still the same. St. Croix has been a drought 3, and St. Thomas, St. John been 2. We were almost upgraded to a 4, and St. Thomas, St. John to a 3. And that is saying that within 180 days, Constance, there's been less than, I forget how many inches of rain within the 180-day period. Because we're on the drought monitoring system, now they can qualify when there's a drought declared. Now those who are registered can qualify for that assistance. And like you mentioned, the few that were able to qualify were the few who are registered and part of the system already. Most of us react after the fact, and what we're encouraging and can use this forum now to do is to encourage farmers to go ahead on and register now with those federal agencies.
Okay, and that is why we also funded the agriculture program to restart at UVI.
And that's
we funded that program because we want to provide an avenue for our local farmers, if they want continuing education on technical skills or associate degree, that they can go to the university. And this body have spent over $1 million to get a program back up and running.
And Mr. Chair, let me just share with you, that's a real blessing, because besides just those going to what agricultural degree, even a lot of seniors or just people interested in farming, those who are retired and those who adopt farming as a thing, as a pastime after COVID and wants to learn a little more, can now enroll and take a class or 2 and become more proficient at what they do in their yard.
All right.
And thus still adding to the overall, what I call the aggregate food supply. The same security we're talking about.
Senator James, you have a point?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the point of inquiry, which leads to my question I asked all, and I really hope and pray that we do those sponsored ads and beef up our marketing and advertising. Because if we have these things showcasing, or we have these things available for our farmers, they need to know. Now, some might say, well, it's on the internet. But one thing about advertising and marketing, you have to put it in people's face. So my question is, if I'm not mistaken, Commissioner Nelson, isn't there, along the line of questioning of Senator, the chairman, isn't there a program at the University of the Virgin Islands that assists the farmers when it comes to how they go about with their paperwork and training them, workshops and what have you? And if so, can you elaborate and use this opportunity to let us know?
Not directly with the University of the Virgin Islands. There's the SBDC, which is housed in the University of the Virgin Islands. So that's a small business development agency. They help. And we've, on occasions, we put on workshops in collaboration with the EDA, and we do various workshops to assist during those times. But there's no constant office set up to do that. Sometimes they walk into the very office and bombard Commissioner Collingwood, and she sits there and she helps them. But it's not practical for us to do that, to be able to do that. If it might be some benefit. And it's to me, I looked at it as entrepreneurial opportunities. If I was into bookkeeping and all those things, I might have put myself out there as, hey, farmers, come to me, let me do your paperwork, but you're gonna have to pay me something. I mean, it's yeah, that's what business is about.
I want to say that in the Territorial Ag Plan, there is a farmer service agency. That's something we need, where a farmer can just go into a space that's staffed with the documents, maybe he has a checklist before he comes and he brings these documents, and there are people there to support them. Because a lot of the farmers, they don't have the capacity to take advantage of the USDA opportunities. And there's so much, currently there's a USDA mandate to provide additional support to territories. So there's a plethora of funds out there that we could take advantage of, but we don't have a grant writing arm. I try to do what I do, but keep in mind, if I'm doing a grant, is there things I'm not doing? And we can't do everything. But we're doing ourselves a disservice by not having a grant writing team who all they're focusing on, a team, all they're focusing on is accessing the funds that are available. And we are in a position now at the department where all our grants and all our relationships with our USDA partners are clean, and they are dying to help us and support us. But it's just difficult to do at this time.
I'm gonna let you close in a minute. You guys are getting excited now. You were dead at the beginning. Now you're getting excited with this part. But I also wanted to say a big issue is somebody was saying something.
Chair? Yes, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. I just wanted to also add that we have taken the initiative over here. Mr. Henderson, James Henderson, has made connection with a gentleman down at UVI who is paid through the EDC, and he sends the farmers there who need business plans. So that is an initiative that we took over here. And I thank you.
Thank you so much. You wanted to follow up, Senator James, and we're going to end just now.
Yes, since we want to stay on the same line of questioning, please mention the go-to person at UVI. Use this opportunity to educate us, the public, so we can know who's the go-to person. So when we have individuals who are faced with that challenge of needing help with paperwork, whatever the case may be, we can put them in the right direction. Because we cannot say the farmers this, the farmers that. That's the problem. We need to know the solution. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you. A number of points. Can you put the name on the record again, Ms. Richards? The name from UVI, the go-to person?
Okay, Mr. Henderson, what's the name of the gentleman, please?
I'm looking for it right now. Give it 1 second.
Okay, we'll get that information to you. He's looking for it.
Thank you. Senator Blyden, point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I spoke of UVA, and I meant the Corporate Extension Services Department. They usually work with the farmers for years. So please follow up with them, and they assist in many ways. From the time I know myself, work in a house, and I know I actually attended some of those programs. Thank you.
There was actually a merger of the AES and the CES, Agricultural Extension Service, the Corporate Extension Service, and now they're all part of the School of Agriculture. So, and they have experts there to help, including a pest. What she calls herself, what the Dr. G's call herself, she's an expert on pests and pest management, and they give workshops on occasion that, teaches farmers about dealing with pests besides using, herbicides and pesticides. So the best practices is just something they should want to practice.
Okay, thank you so much, Senator Whitaker, then Senator Francis.
I just want to share on a highlight, and I want to thank you for what we're going to be doing for the youth, right? The Youth Agriculture Program. I just want to highlight the importance of the program, and I want to thank you. And it's just a start. I am also offering legislation for a longer-term effort for us to have farming both in the housing communities and certainly in our schools. And so I just wanted to highlight and thank the Department of Agriculture, as I've thanked them before, as well as the Virgin Islands Housing Authority, because that project, it involves a lot. It involves your staff, it involves the Housing Authority staff, a few of my colleagues who have joined, and certainly going forward. And the vision will really eventually be for that we have active farming in the housing communities, and as connected to our schools. So I want to thank you for that. And it's known as a special crop project. We have persons from University of Virgin Islands who've been part of the project. I have farmers who've indicated their interest, but I know for sure the more we support them, they can also better support our youth. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just want to say that I think that what we perhaps should do is to commission from the USDA for them to perhaps look at the feasibility of a software that could help the farmers to be able to track the type of data that will help to support them being in a better position to be able to get these grants. I'm sure that there are cookie cutter similar software that's available. However, they could just make it a little bit more unique to the Virgin Islands, and maybe we could have them pay for it or at least commission such a thing. And if not, then maybe this body could be able to do that. But I wanted to ask you specifically, Commissioner, have you been able to complete the automation of our agricultural land? All of the agricultural property have. I know I've been asking for a number of years now in respect to the automation, GISing, all of our agricultural property. Have we been able to accomplish that?
Oh, gee, we weren't the one doing that project, and all of the land is on the GIS system. I think, Mr. Tazari, I think Lieutenant Governor's office have all the government land all together. I think all land in the Virgin Islands on the GIS. So it has to be part of the overall system. Can it be extracted out? We've gone to them and gotten maps, and they've given us our area. So I would say yes. I don't know if Mr. Tazari can add any more to that.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis. Colleagues, we have concluded with our questioning. I'm going to allow the Commissioner of Agriculture to put a closing statement on the record. So,
Mr. Chair, if I may, before my commissioner starts, the person's name is Darrell Edwards, and his contact information is 340-626-1896, and he helps write business plans.
thank you so much.
Thank you kindly.
Thank you for that information. I hope he willingly helps to write business plan. But thank you for that information. Commissioner Nelson.
Yeah, no, that's a large task. Mr. Chairman, Senator Kurt Vaile and members of the Finance Committee and the Legislature, 34th Legislature, the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture appreciates the opportunity to come and present our fiscal year 2023 budget and what we've done with 2022. We appreciate the overall support from this body in funding our needs. We want to continue to encourage everyone to participate in the aggregate food supply. It's necessary, it's critical at this point to have some source of food close to you. We're trying to decrease the stops between the farm and the plate. The less stops, the more nutritious your food is. We want to thank the administration, the Brian Woods administration, for their support of agriculture, and for all the farmers for accepting our tutelage, being open to building their capacity. We have seen and recognized the increase in commercial farming over the years, and we want to continue to encourage that. And more than anything, we want everybody to be good stewards of the land, because this is one environment, and we can't have good food if the environment is not good. So again, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We thank you for the support. We thank you for these additional subsidies. It will go a long way in helping the farmers. We'll definitely note that to them, and we hope that you can help us with these drawdowns real soon, especially as it relates to this relief, because now that you've said it, because they're going to be knocking on our doors. So again, thank you all very much. And please, I want for the farmers themselves, to think rich, don't think poor. This handout situation is not practical in all instances, and they need to fend for themselves, and we help to facilitate as much as we can as a local and a federal government. And what I was hemming and hawing about earlier when you saw me get excited is what we've really done a good job at, Mr. Chair, is we're establishing a great rapport with our federal partners. I can't tell you how much we ought to capitalize on that right at this point. We're riding high with them. Okay,
Thank you. Thank you so much, Senator Nelson. Thank the Department of Education for your testimony. The Committee of Finance is hereby adjourned.